Okay. I do have the last shows downloaded, Louis. So I think we're good if and when we delete those other files.
Okay, good.
Welcome. This is the 24th of August, 2020. I am Charles Stewart, and we are hosting a Supreme Court of Law for the people of the United States of America here, which is a unique proposition, and we'll get into details of that unique and unfashionable proposition here soon. But as a matter of preliminary procedure here, it is my preference, and that of at least a few of the others here, to go ahead and humble ourselves before the supreme champion of truth and justice in the universe, a.k.a. the God of Israel. And with that being said, I'd like to go ahead and open with a word of prayer. To the supreme being of the universe, the champion of truth and justice in the universe, a.k.a. Yahweh Jehovah, the God of the Bible, please send your Holy Spirit and your angels to guide us and direct us and keep us humble and sincere before the higher cause, the cause of truth and justice and peace, that we may all harmonize and promote honorable behavior amongst men and women on this earth, and that we may exclude ourselves from the people that seem dysfunctionally entrapped in opportunistic and unfair manners of dealing with other people. Let us please help us to purge those influences from the spirit realm that think only in terms of personal profit and personal gain. Help us to look to the common good, for the welfare of all, where the individual rights of each of us are preserved without going so far as to take away from the collective welfare, so that everybody is taken care of in reasonable manners. Please help us to follow those righteous models of government that have been shown in history, especially as practiced by your son 2,000 years ago. And in his name, the name of Jesus, we humbly pray these things. Amen.
Amen.
And I do thank you all for joining with us here today. We are attempting to advance a godly, righteous kingdom of truth and justice here. And we think we've got the tools at our fingertips to do that. And we'll be delighted if anybody wants to point out how we might be in error in making some of those presumptions here, because we're only concerned about truth and justice. Everything else is secondary. Item 2 on the agenda, I've, again, between weeks, I kind of reprioritize the agenda items, and I do kind of enjoy that. And I think it's important to set the tone for the whole discussion here in the big picture of how these biblical and common law traditional principles are being applied in our United States of America here to help bring truth and justice and peace, because everything here is about organizing responsibly self-governing communities. This is the biblical model back in Exodus 18, and it's the common law model for our counties, and they're under our precincts and our townships. And if we might take a moment there, yes, thank you, Louis. You read my mind to convert over to the second link under item 2 there. I'd like to read a bit from the first quotation there in bold letters. It's a brief quotation, but it sets the tone nicely. It's a quotation from William Blackstone, who wrote about 1750, when Mr. Blackstone was trying to influence, especially the American colonies. I think a lot of what he wrote was because the American colonies were becoming frustrated with the remote colonial authority of England that was telling us what to do, but not reciprocating in an honorable manner. Mr. Blackstone was writing after the Norman Conquest, was where the common law nature of England's government had been altered by the Roman Empire civil municipal model of government. So Mr. Blackstone was basically an apologist for the adulterated common law, municipal law version of law in England. But within those parameters, he said some real good things in his commentaries on the laws of England, and one of them is the quote that I'd like to briefly read here. The policy of our ancient constitution, a.k.a. the common law constitution, the policy of our ancient constitution, as regulated and established by the great Alfred, was to bring justice home to every man's door by constituting as many courts of judicature as there are manors and townships in the kingdom, where injuries were redressed in an easy and expeditious manner by the suffrage of neighbors and friends. Here to pause just a moment. When we start talking about forming our own common law courts, there's people jumping up and saying, well, wait a second, you're just going to pick your own friends to be on the jury here. That won't be fair. Well, this is part of the common law tradition that Mr. Blackstone recognizes. We have the right to bring in our friends that are concerned about our welfare and making sure that we're not subject to unjust jurisdiction. Friends are a good thing to have. This is where venue comes important. This is why reputation of honorable character is important. But let me finish the quote here, please. The citation goes on. These little courts, however, communicated with others of larger jurisdiction and those with others of still greater power, ascending gradually from the lowest to the supreme courts, the course of justice flowing in large streams and being then subdivided into smaller channels till the whole and every part of the kingdom was plentifully watered and refreshed. This is an institution that seems highly agreeable to natural reason. Moses, he goes on to cite Moses, chose able men out of Israel, such as feared God, men of truth, hating covetousness, and made them heads over the people, rulers of thousands, rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s, rulers of 10s. And they judged the people in all seasons. And the hard causes they brought to Moses, but every small matter they judged themselves. These inferior courts, referring to the biblical ones, at least in name and form of them, still continues in our legal constitution. But these petty tribunals have fallen into decay and almost oblivion. The fact of the matter is that Mr. Blackstone's form of adulterated Roman Empire common law government there had purposefully subjugated and oppressed and drove out of existence those smaller courts that were the essence, the lifeblood of common law England and Israel. And so that is what has continued on to this day. And at this point, Louis, the other document, if we might refer, yes, United States F&G Company versus Bramwell. It's some case law from 1923 out of the state of Oregon. Thank you for highlighting that nicely. People that have got screen sharing can refer to this, or this document is also web-linked. It's page 4 of our citations document for building self-governing communities. But the case at the top of page 4 is this United States F&G Company versus Bramwell. And it reads, the common law of England, as it existed at the time of the American Revolution, as far as it was general and not incompatible with the nature of our political institutions or in conflict with the constitutional laws of the United States or of Oregon, has been adopted as part of the law of the state. And it goes on to cite Oregon constitutional citation. But this citation specifically lays the tone for how common law has been brought into our American constitutional system of state law and federal law. And it shows clearly, it by implication, it admits that there were defects in the system of so-called common law that were being practiced in England. If there weren't problems with it, America would have never revolted. But America revolted because there were bad things that the government of England was doing under their adulterated version of common law. And in America, only those parts of the common law of England, the adulterated version, only those parts that are compatible with our American founding documents are to be brought in. And that causes us to revert back to the pure form of common law that existed in England prior to the Norman conquest. Let me provide one other citation, the one above it there, Lewis, if you might scroll up just a little bit. This is California Civil Code their statutory codes governing civil procedure in the courts, and similarly as the Oregon citation. This section of California Civil Code, that's section 2.22, it references the common law of England for civil procedure in the courts of California. It says, quote, "The common law of England, so far as it is not repugnant to or inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States or the Constitution or laws of this state, is the rule of decision in the courts of this state of California." So that means that all the courts in California have to follow the common law of England, because that's how common law has been brought in to the constitutional system of California. That's substantially similar to the case law citation, USF&G Co. versus Bramwell, from Oregon. It references that the common law of England, but also compatible with our Constitution documents. And our Constitution documents strip away all of that oppressive Roman Empire adulterations that have come in. And in further support of that, Brother Lewis, if we might scroll down just a little bit below the United States F&G Co. versus Bramwell, to the quote from the Secretary of State, right there, yes, very good. This is a quote from, I think up a little bit, Lewis, one click up there. The quote a little bit more, from the quote, that's it, from the Oregon Blue Book there, as published by Oregon's Secretary of State. This is a really beautiful admission. It says, "Our American county, as defined by Webster, is the largest territorial vision for local government within a state, is based upon the Anglo-Saxon county of England dating back to about the time of the Norman conquest." This is right in an older version of Oregon's Secretary of State Blue Book. That's the general summary of all government of the state of Oregon. And they admitted right here, the Secretary of the State of Oregon has admitted how American counties in all of our states are supposed to consider common law county government, and it's supposed to be in harmony with the way common law was running before, or near the time of the Norman Conquest, under the Anglo-Saxons, and the Anglo-Saxons' form was destroyed basically at the Norman Conquest. So when it says about the time, it means before. That's how proper interpretation of that is, and that brings us back to a massively decentralized system of government, like what Blackstone was talking about in our first quote from the Hierarchies document, where there's all kinds of little courts down at the grassroots level where neighbors and friends in responsibly self-governing communities form the juries, and we decide who goes to jail in our communities and who doesn't. Nobody else. No Roman Empire model of civil municipal government and your black-robed tyrants coming in here and telling us how to run our administration of justice. We're doing it with our own juries. We're following due process of law, and we don't need any help from despotic judicial officers. So that's kind of a nice summary that I wanted to put together to kind of explain the overview of why we're arranging in the USA in the 12 superstates model, because it gets to the biblical 144,000 at the more centralized and more national, larger jurisdictions. There's more chips on the table, and so those political subdivisions have greater complexity, and the number 12 is quite beautiful in metaphysics for dealing with complex issues. The simpler, just keeping the peace duties of the counties, the precincts, and the townships at the tens, hundreds, and thousands levels are just political subdivisions of 10. But this is why, Lewis, if you might pull up the map of our United States of America, how we're subdividing the 12 superstates. Yes, thank you, Lewis. This allows for delegates, representatives, to come together to form a supreme jury under the higher common law. If you look at the 7th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, the wording indicates that the common law and trial by jury invokes higher systems of law over all of the Roman Empire stuff that was the problem under England. That's why we revolted, was to get away from the Roman Empire top-down authoritarian law, but that's still persisted with us. The advocates of Roman Empire municipal law have never given up. They're relentless. They're well-financed, and they thrive off of the slave trade. And that's how they're treating us under master-servant relationships. We're all just a bunch of slaves to them. And that's going to continue until we start bringing about a common law model of government with delegates from each of the superstates that are shown on the map here. This gives us a supreme jury. If we've got a supreme jury for the USA that's organically accountable to the constituency, like this map clearly is designed to facilitate, then we've got organic law in place. Organic law is higher law. It's promoting responsibly self-governing communities. That's all these superstate jurisdictions are, is responsibly self-governing communities, separate, fully sovereign, and then when those sovereign entities come together, then that's a real, legitimate, organic government for the USA. So I've kind of wrapped that up a bit there. I would like to pause at this moment to ask anybody if they've got comments or questions on this brief overview and introduction here. I yield. Anybody?
Open floor.
If I may, Michael in Florida.
Michael, yes.
I think it would be advantageous for us to parallel the districts, create the super states parallel to the Federal Reserve districts. Is that, I know we had talked about that privately prior, but is that something you have considered or anyone else would like to comment on? Because I think in the future, there is going to be an uprising to expose and hold accountable the Federal Reserve districts. And if we had super states parallel to those districts, I think that might be a great leveraging advantage for us. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
This is David.
David, yes.
Well, I've done a little bit of research on how those districts started in the first place. Not specifically the Federal Reserve District, but districts after the formation of this country were started so that for the purpose of taxation, and it was a top-down type of a thing. So I know that this appears to be top-down also. I've even commented on that. But I think that trying to model something parallel after, the federal government's taxation design is not from the ground up. I yield.
If I might respond.
Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, the modeling and the parallel aspect is not after their structure, but just the geographical orientation. And that would be an advantage to those of us that would like to hold them accountable. We would have standing being in that particular district. And if we, had a parallel superstate district, that would just facilitate our organizing all the better to expose and combat their unlawful actions lawfully. I yield.
Thank you. If I might briefly, there's a number of undercurrents here that are complicated. I don't think you drew out the point, Michael, that coincidentally the metaphysics of the number 12 is being respected by the Federal Reserve banking system. They have 12 districts similar to what we've got in the superstates here, but they're just allocating the geographical territory in different manners. And a quick point there is that the Federal Reserve has taken liberties in drawing lines between some of the states. All the states aren't fully whole, complete in one Federal Reserve district or the other. Some of the states are divided between two Federal Reserve districts. So that's a footnote of concern there. And a similar powerful undercurrent is to the municipal civil Roman model court system of the Supreme Court. They've got, again, they're at least respecting the number 12. They've got 12 circuit courts under the Supreme Court of the United States. So that number 12 is being reaffirmed redundantly because the metaphysics, the spiritual side of all of this, the people behind the scenes, even the dark side, they know how the metaphysics works, and they're harmonizing therewith. And that touches on the geographical distribution issues too, because when our Supreme Court of Law is organized in this manner of 12, then to address your issue, Michael, we could do that, even though there are states that are being divided, and we're an organic entity. They're statutory. The Federal Reserve banking districts are statutory. The circuit courts of the federal government are statutory. They're static. They're lifeless. They're they're little empire fiefdoms that are carved out for their separate private corporate jurisdictions. But we're moving organically, and the nature of the spiritual battle before us, we need to be flexible, and we can be flexible. If there is another map, maybe Lewis, in the left column, can you click on organic divisions there, Lewis, and yeah, near the center, there. Okay, see, part of why I drew the original map the way I did was because of an organic law called proportional representation. When we're talking about God, it's like the hundreds and the thousands, and the communities are supposed to be of approximately equal population. And working with the United States House of Representatives, I've got a separate superstate map here that is dividing a lot of the big states. Like California, you can see real easy how Northern and Southern California are divided there. And New York is also divided. Those are two of the biggest states in the Union. And but this is for moving forward in confronting the United States House of Representatives, this last map that is more proportionally balanced would be more appropriate. And for addressing financial issues, including the Federal Reserve banking system. See now, Michael, this map would probably be better to be using for trying to interact with the Federal Reserve banking system, because this map does not respect state lines either. As you can see, New York and California are split. The Federal Reserve banking map also splits certain states, even though they don't do it. They don't do it in proportionally balanced manners like this. See, it's an important element of organic law to have equal economic resources and equal attention and equal sovereignty and equal military capabilities, self-policing, self-governing capabilities from each of the approximately equal populations. The other map, the original map, the main map that we're working with here for these superstates, is more applicable. Thank you, Lewis. More applicable for the U.S. Senate, because if in attempts to try to engineer a painless and nonviolent revolution, we're going to need to be interacting with both the House of Representatives and the Senate. And those two bodies are geared differently. The Senate would be more appropriate for the main superstate map, where we're not messing with any of the boundary lines of the states. We'll leave them as sovereign entities by themselves, and at that point we could, like especially when the Senate counts the votes for the election here for the president, if we had our ducks lined up better, we would be in a position in that United States Senate to send in our judicial officers as representatives of each of the superstates here and as electors from the superstates to verbally declare our vote right there in real time. They wouldn't have to open it by mail. There's so many things that we can do, but to step back a little bit, there's two modes of interacting here. One of them is through the Senate and focusing on these fully undivided state jurisdictions as they're commonly known, and the other is to go ahead and disrespect the state lines a little bit. Maybe that's the wrong term, or take liberties is probably better with the state geographical markings, so that we're only working with 435 U.S. representatives, divided in a balanced, proportionally balanced manner that is more organically accountable to the people. So you're making an excellent question, Michael, but it's a bit complicated. I do hope I've responded. Maybe others would like to ask questions too. I yield.
This is Nikki in Pennsylvania.
Nikki.
Yes, when you're talking about the Senate, are you talking about the Article 1, Section 3 Senate, or are you talking about the 17th Amendment Senate?
I am more worried about just current fashionable Senate. It's all a quagmire of Roman civil municipal confusion, and I think we can just go ahead and try to work with what's fashionable for them, because we're going to rearrange it anyway. You're just talking about two different models of what we need to arrange, and to my mind, it don't really matter what we rearrange. We're going to produce something better out of whatever we start with anyway.
Right, and that's why I shared with you what I did during the week. It's because I have been thinking about those things as well. So I will go ahead and yield.
Okay, well, don't be shy if you have had anything else, but
may I?
Yeah, others, comments, questions so far?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, Gary,
yeah,
name and state?
Yeah, see, I have a little different opinion. My opinion is, after studying as deeply as I could, that our Father, our Creator, doesn't recognize anything that we in the House of Israel, Caucasian men, whatever you want to call, have done. Our forefathers set the tone for what type of government they would like to have. So the Father said, fine. And Samuel said, no, the people hate me. My fellow Israelites, they hate me. He said, oh no, Samuel, they don't hate you. They hate me. So you'll notice everything that gets done in the house of Israel is done by men, so-called men. And then they decided they wanted a king. So the Father gave them a king. These are the facts that are out here. England's got its own king, and kings and kings. But Israel, you see, watch the denial coming up. Israel had no king, no earthly king. Israel, the people of Israel, had no earthly king. They were the only country that was out there that did not have a king, and they wanted to be like everybody else. So He gave them a king. We have a king yet. The only government he's recognizing is the king that we said we wanted. Our forefathers wanted. It says, be careful what you pray for, because you might get it. When you get it, you don't care for it. So our forefathers have set the agenda for us, and we haven't understood how to take it back and put it underneath the real King of Kings. But He's established that for us very simply. He says in Revelations, He says, I will be coming back, okay, for the 12 tribes of Israel. I'll be the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Means He's going to take care of all sectors of government, just as He was doing when you talked about Moses. When Moses was given commands, they came directly from the Father. He was king then, the King of Israel. Now we don't have a king over in this country. And I think this is where some of our old timers, that we don't getting any truths brought forth at all on what the Father will accept, what He won't accept. And we know that He has some kind of sense of humor, because the first king of Israel that He told Samuel to make was an Edomite Jew. Don't sound very healthy to me. And I yield, and thank you.
Okay, Gary. We might have a little bit different views on that. I do like referencing the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords there. I am not inclined to wait around for Jesus to come on a cloud and save us. I think Jesus wants us to make the pathway straight for when he returns and gear ourselves for establishing righteous biblical government in our country. And if Jesus appears among us and guides us to reestablishing God's kingdom, that's great. But if he doesn't, I think our marching orders are the same, to just go ahead and do as best we can to try to establish it ourselves. So I hope we're harmonious there. Are there other comments or questions from anybody at this stage?
Well, this is David. I wasn't sure if that was a proposal that we all decide here by vote, not here, but throughout the superstates on the decision on one particular king that we want to have in mind, or what. So I yield. I was a little
thank you, David. I don't know if it was a formal proposal. I would dare suggest that until we get 12 people willing to assume the duties of delegates, pro tem leaders, judicial officers from each of the 12 superstates, that we should probably refrain from the real serious proposition of electing a leader, a chief judicial officer, similar to probably what Moses was, for all 12 in the Confederation here. Please correct me, Michael, I think, or Gary. David, who were you referring to as making the proposal there?
I think that was Gary. I just I found it confusing that if we're all you've got the super states up, and all of a sudden we're talking about a king and going back in time to Moses and things like that. I just wasn't sure if there was a proposal that we should all be aligning everything in all these super states in our local communities and everything else based on that proposal, or I just found it very confusing. I yield. I'll withdraw my question
okay.
If everybody else has clarity, I'll just sit in the background and.
Maybe Gary would like to clarify. Gary, did you have any kind of specific proposal there, or were you just making comments?
No, I think I was just trying to point out this particular Constitution in the form of government is going down the tubes. We all know that. Yeah. I've known it for a long time. Okay. But because it's been substituted by Satan himself. Satan is sitting in the driver's seat all over the world. Yeah. And all you got to do to prove this is get yourself the book called the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, and read the protocols, and you'll understand completely what's happening. The strength is building in that community now to take over the whole world government as they so choose. It's there. We have as Israelites, we vacated the purpose. We've listened to preachers lie in the pulpit. For myself, 85, I wasn't old enough, but I'm 85 now. But for the time I was old enough, they lied to us in the pulpits of America. If not told us the truth. The Father made himself very, very complete when he was the King of Kings then. He's made himself very, very known and brought out. He says, when I'll come back, I'm coming back. You won't have to choose a king. I've already pre-chosen for you. I'm coming back as the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Okay? He's already stated that. We can't reject that. If you do, I'm just going to hang up and say, go ahead, because
right.
You can't reject that, and
Right.
you can't make something out of nothing. So the only way, and you can see, the evidence is here. If you've been in a court any time, you've been in the United States military at any time, have you been around any of these so-called people? I just went through a document I've had for years. 4 more years of Bush. All you got to do is know that who Bush really was. And then we got 4 more years of so-and-so. There's nothing that's going to straighten out our relationship to our Father. And when we, who are the Israelites that may be living when he comes, are praying now that he's going to come quickly, because there's not going to be a nice element out here for the Israelite people, period. Because if you read the protocols, they'll tell you they don't make any bones about what they're going to do. It's not in the thing, and we can't try and make something out of nothing. The only hope we have in Israel, this is Gary Don speaking, okay, is the only hope we have in the house of Israel, that our Father comes back and redeems the house of Israel and sets his kingdom up on the face of this earth. That is our only hope. I yield.
Thank you, Gary. I would like to quickly try to segue to the next agenda item there based upon what you said, and I think I can provide some continuity. I'm apprehensive that some people here might construe your words as indicating that we should all wait for Jesus to come on a cloud here and save us all. And I do believe that the biblical mandate is that we are supposed to be more active in promoting the godly model of government here. And so moving on to agenda item 3, that would help us to focus on building the Exodus 18 model of government based upon smaller self-governing communities of 10s and 50s and hundreds and thousands, as the web links in agenda item 3 there indicate. The research has already been compiled into these documents, and you can go chasing down Blackstone and all kinds of other citations to know for yourself that these words are true. And at this point, the nature of the activism, like Gary and others are saying, Michael was saying, that we're in a serious conflict here. Things are falling apart. It's liable to get violent. Okay? This means that there is a desperate need from good people to respect the godly model of government, to elect what in common law terminology is referred to as peace officers in our own local communities. There are approximately 300,000 precincts or precinct-like jurisdictions all across the USA, precinct-like polling stations they're called, and each one of those has lawful authority to politically subdivide into 10 townships, each of which has authority to have its own town constable, aka peace officer. And those offices are presently vacant, and we can start typing up patches and badges and T-shirts and caps and things that say common law jurisdiction peace officer, and they can have your precinct number and a township number written on them, and at that point you have identification as a peace officer. Oregon statutes talk about anybody that appears to be a peace officer or is reasonably presumable to be a peace officer. You got to do what he says if it's within his township jurisdiction, because he's the supreme boss there. It's the nature of the decentralization of the sovereignty set forth in our American constitutional system in light of the common law that we've quoted earlier. So it all fits together, and the beauty of it is that the real serious conflicts, they all happen at the grassroots level, where the town constables are, and where each town constable has 10 deputy constable peace officers that are each of the qualified electors, basically. There's a little wiggle room there. But at that point, each of the local townships are where each of the potential areas of conflict should be arising, and everything above it is just community building and consensus building to give color of legitimacy to those local town constables, so long as they operate within the parameters of keeping the peace, which is the rules of the common law. That's why they're called peace officers. And so the mandate from heaven is to organize our common law peace officers at the local jurisdiction, 300,000 precincts approximately, and precinct-like polling stations with 10 townships under each of those. That means that there are 3 million vacant offices for town constable in the USA. That's a lot of vacant offices with a lot of power right there at our fingertips if we just get organized and start taking control of it. And this will plug right into the economics issue with the Federal Reserve banks that Michael was talking about earlier, because each of those townships can basically have their own credit union, and at the higher level, it can of the precinct, it can be a banking system and a treasury, and maybe even down at the township level. There's all kinds of power at our fingertips. At the outer parameters is where the hot zone is. On the fringes, that's where we're recruiting our qualified electors. That's where the decisions have to be made between who is a qualified elector in the local community and who is not. Is at those local levels, or it can be religiously decentralized too. We've talked about that, also ethnically, racially too. But I've covered a lot there. I should shut up and yield here a little bit instead of rambling. Comments, questions? I yield. Anybody?
Yeah, this is David from Texas, and I would just add, and I agree with Charles wholeheartedly, and not only is down at that local level, that's where the confrontation is, but as we all know, that's where true transformation comes from. So this thing, we're building from the bottom up, so we're flipping the current model on its head, and so this is the only way that it can work is from the bottom. And but that's where the monumental transformation happens. So I agree, and I yield.
Thank you, David. Further comments or questions, or should we proceed on to agenda item? The next
this is
agenda
David,
item.
Michigan.
Yeah, David.
I just might ask how we might be able to get the constable recognized by the sheriffs. If we were to come up with our own local constables that represent the grassroots of our community, just looking around me at the size of the counties and the sheriffs of those counties, they have a tendency to not even see anything that's going on at the grassroots. In fact, a lot of them are taking their marching orders from, the higher ups, so to speak, the courts and the legislators and all that other kind of stuff. So how might the recognition be had at the county level? I yield.
Thank you, David. That's an excellent question. The documents in the treason directory under our Supreme Court of Law, we quoted one of them, the citations document for forming self-governing communities. There's 2 citations documents that are intended to supplement the 2 main documents. And the first document, and this is probably where our community here should be doing its most activism, is printing out these kind of documents, or at least sending the PDFs through email to local sheriffs and county commissioners or supervisors, and city officials, police chiefs, and things like this. Because the treason document, the first document in the series of 5 documents there, is explaining in idiot-proof manners that there's 2 models of government. There's Roman Empire, top-down authoritarian government, and then there's Israelite, Anglo-American, common law, grassroots, bottom-up model of government, and they're inherently opposed. And the top-down authoritarian model of government has been well-financed, and it amounts to a treasonous conspiracy to take away the common law rights of the people. So, David, the first step is to present that constructive notice of treason document to your local sheriff, so that he's clear that he's got common law duties, because the county sheriff is a common law jurisdiction office. The entire county is a common law jurisdiction, but he's also got the nature of his office. He's got a municipal franchise, and that's where all the statutes and codes and blind obedience to the black-robed judicial officers all comes in. And so the documents are only used to prompt discussion. And when you explain the nature of the problem to the sheriff and the county commissioners and others of concern there, it's good to have the second document also about how to form responsibly self-governing communities, because that explains that the office of the sheriff is really a common law office, and his priority should be to keep the peace, not breach it. And common law defines what's a breach of the peace. Roman civil municipal law does not concern itself with breach of the peace, because the very nature of that civil municipal law is an aggressive type of social interaction. Common law and Israelite Torah law is the only systems of law that actually prioritize refraining from breach of the peace, for keeping the peace, and not using a double negative there. So I hope that answers your question, David, that the documents that have been composed of constructive notice of treason and notice, we're not asking their permission. The second document about constructive notice of the formation of local self-governing communities, once you send that to these people, and this is probably more directly answering your question, once we send those documents to the sheriff and the county prosecuting attorney and the commissioners, they've had notice. And those documents say, please object to us in a timely manner. Please communicate to us your objections in a timely manner if you have objections to our starting to form our own constables and filling the vacant offices here. And they probably won't object, because they don't even like talking to us about these issues. It causes them pain. They don't like to talk about it. So they're under. We've got a default, and we can go ahead and start moving forward. And especially with regard to court cases, we've got a number of court cases. Cynthia Moore's case, the foreclosure, things like that. If she was organizing here, we would have authority to go into court proceedings with our town constables, and the town constable would be authorized to keep the peace in the courtroom. If there's a few people assuming offices of town constables and justice of the peace that are involved in a court case here, you could probably take the control of the court case away from the corrupted municipal judicial officer right there in the courtroom. There's all kinds of opportunities at our fingertips. I'm digressing a little bit, but I hope I painted in some answers to your questions there, Brother David. I yield.
Thank you. Okay.
Is there other questions or comments here? Anybody? Even though we're covering a lot of territory, I kind of like to think we're maintaining continuity here. It's kind of coming together nicely. Thank you all for your interaction. Your questions are well pointed and nicely focused here. I think our next item on our agenda, 4A, our process for becoming, this plugs right into David's issue about safely assuming these vacant offices of town constables and qualified electors. The agenda item 4 there shows documents that we've got that people that are inclined in a righteous direction and have the courage to stand up and start being counted as somebody that is a responsibly self-governing member of a responsibly self-governing community here. Maybe you're just the first one, but you're here. And you're a point of light in a sea of darkness here. And documents that if we get your signature on them, we can post on our webpage here, and at that point you've got evidence to show that you are a qualified elector, or that you're a town constable, or that you're even a precinct-level justice of the peace, judicial officer, precinct captain. And these documents are really good to shore up the position of any of us as individuals here. I've signed all 3 documents. They're on web pages that are available. I haven't included them in any of the agenda items here, but those documents with our signatures on them show that we are pledging to responsibly keep the peace in our own local communities. This is evidence. And the statutes of the de factos that govern these issues, they are foreign. That municipal jurisdiction is foreign to us. They don't purport to have authority to govern us. The wording of the statutes talks in terms of if somebody claiming to be a peace officer reasonably appears to be a peace officer, then judicial officers and everybody needs to recognize him as a peace officer. It's against Oregon statute to resist arrest by somebody that, quote, reasonably appears to be a peace officer, unquote. It's a separate crime if you resist arrest by a peace officer under Oregon statute. So when we comprehend that the statutes recognize all kinds of latitude for us to just jump into these vacant offices and start exercising them, well, this is a really splendid opportunity for us to start taking back the country at the grassroots level. I yield. Comments, question? It sounds like there's a little bit of background noise coming through there. Can somebody mute? Yeah, that sounds better.
Thank you.
Okay. I think yes. If there's no comments or questions, let's go on to. I'm scrolling through 4B. I'd like to take just a brief moment here. The process of deciding who is a qualified elector and who is not. This is the dividing line between the kingdom of darkness and the kingdom of light. When we recognize each other as qualified electors, once any of us sign the qualified elector's oath, and then we've got other documents that we can point to from other qualified electors that affirm that me, Charles Stewart, or yourself, whoever you might be, is a qualified elector, then that's two witnesses. That's how lawful authority is established, is through your two witnesses. And if you've got the oath of office all signed in a document too, then I believe that your authority is, nobody can question your authority unless they are going to directly challenge your qualified elector status. And there's generally in this conference, I like to presume that everybody in attendance is a qualified elector, and just kind of go with the flow there and practicing like we've got all qualified electors. But obviously, there are some people in our Patriot movement that are not really qualified electors. If you all know about the COINTELPRO program of the FBI during the 50s and 60s and stuff, anti-Vietnam War protesters, the Black Panthers and things like that, were seeking to influence government in positive manners, and they were getting too much power. They were starting to really get grassroots empowerment, and the FBI, they lusted after power and control because they're basically a military type of operation that is intended to oppress the common people, just like the Roman Empire model of government. And so the FBI originated the COINTELPRO program to send in subversives to destroy the ability of the common people to responsibly self-govern and thereby gain a handle on the corrupted federal government. And that is still happening amongst us. I could name names, but there are at least a number of people that I have indicated before that I believe are not qualified electors. I think some of them are actively involved in purposefully subverting the movement here because they're doing things that are disharmonious with the supreme biblical laws. Like Gary was talking about earlier here, we need to be humble before the supreme design, the supreme architect of the universe, that he's got a model. It's set forth in Exodus 18 about the smaller communities building from the grassroots up. That's the godly, righteous, biblical model. And there's other people that hate that model. This is why it's not being practiced in America today, even though it's been part of our founding system since we were first started. So we've got COINTELPRO subversives, and those decisions need to be made in the local communities, or if we begin organizing by race and ethnic groups, or if we begin organizing it ideologically like Democrats or Mormons or Catholics or whatever you want. There's alternative methods of organizing, but traditionally all of this was done locally, community by community. So anyway, there's a lot going on there. I should yield for comments or questions again here. I cover a lot, I know, when I make these statements. I yield. Comments, questions?
This is David.
David, yeah.
Thank you for inviting me to continue here. I don't hear anybody else speaking up too much, but I've been, as probably a lot of people that are on the line here know, I've been chanting domestic terrorism in the offices of the so-called government, both at the state level and at the federal level. And I've right now I'm dealing with the issues revolving around student loans and the fact that I had promissory notes that were contracts, past contracts dealing with student loans, for which the black and white of the page says that if I was to die or become totally and permanently disabled, that these loans were going to be discharged. And for the last 2.5 years, since I've become totally and permanently disabled, the United States Department of Education and then all of its service providers and everybody is giving me nothing but runaround, even though they acknowledge that I'm eligible for a discharge of this stuff. What they're trying to get me to do is, through deception, is to fill out an application for a whole new contract with them, instead of honoring the old contract and just discharging according to the old contract. They want me to, they're using these deceptive methods to try to get me to apply to them for another contract. And they'll do certain things if I contract to allow them to still have a string around my neck. And I don't want to engage them in that. So I've been looking up the difference between coercion and the similarities between coercion and deception. And what I'm finding is that there is a trend both in the medical world and in the political world to accept all kinds of forms of deception as with reason to allow coercion to happen from a top-down perspective, as my example provides. I yield. Is there anybody there? I don't know.
Sorry, David. I had my mute on. It's already ran.
Anybody hear me?
Dave, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Sorry, I had my mute on there. Building on your phrase, deception, the municipal courts have that institutionalized under a phrase that they use called legal fiction. And they're under that. That's the nature of the Roman Empire court system, is they are here to deceive the slaves. I've got a citation from Corpus Juris Secundum under master-servant relationship, or maybe employers and employees. I forget. I think it's master-servant. But it says that in America, the phrase master-servant is known as employer-employee, and it goes on to say that the reason they use that phrase employer-employee in America is because, wonder of wonders, Americans don't like being called servants. So they're applying laws of master-servant relationships, just like before the Civil War when there was slave trading and everything. They're applying those master-servant relationships to employer-employee contracts, only the substance of the law being applied is master-servant law. There's no such thing as employer-employee law. You rip the legal fiction off, and it's master-servant law that you're being adjudged under. So, yeah, there's a lot there, David. Deception is institutionalized. This is why we need to rearrange the whole system. This is why just rearranging the chairs on the Roman Empire model of government, Titanic ship of state, just rearranging the chairs on the Titanic isn't going to stop the sinking ship. Like Michael and others here were saying, the ship is going down. This constitutional, so-called it's a municipal. Constitution. It established a municipal form of government with lifetime appointments for Supreme Court judges. That's all. That's not organic law. That's statutory codes from the Roman Empire model of slave trading government, and it's no longer maintainable through the legal fictions. It's becoming more and more evident that they're treating our American people as slaves, and that's why they're locking everything down with this coronavirus thing. Is because in order to go to the next stage of growth for their Roman Empire model of government, they need to take a deeper level of control over all aspects of society. And this whole coronavirus hysteria thing, I believe, is just an excuse for a preconceived agenda to take even more control over our formerly free American states and local communities. So I hope that makes sense. Ash, you yield here for comments or questions. I yield.
Yes, this is Cynthia. I wanted to tell him that if he go on YouTube and put in how to stop student loans, he will get a lot of people that's telling them because it's nothing but fraud. And it's a way just like taking away your debt and stuff like that, which I will probably be doing that in a couple of months for my son. But I have ran across a lot of information just by listening to people telling me about stopping different things and how things are fraud and how you can make them cease and desist by them using your credit and all this other stuff to stop that because it's illegal. And there's a lot of law statutes that would point out that information for you. I can't remember exactly, but every time I go on YouTube and pull things up and just listening to this foreclosure, a lot of people have a lot of information on that. So try that result because you can have it stopped. I yield.
Thank you, Cynthia. Did you catch that, David?
I did. I've you know, it's a pretty simple thing, pretty black and white. When you got a contract that says that this will happen if that happens, and that happened, and this part is not happening, and you know, I have tried a lot of different things, and what I've been doing lately, with some very interesting results, is that I have had because they could never verify the loans in the first place when they were. I found some holes in the accounting and things like this, and I asked them to rectify this stuff, and over a period of years, what they ended up doing instead is getting rid, when I had them in a box, they would get rid of the loans and sell them to another service provider and et cetera, basically just playing around with it, and have the next one would act stupid and start the whole thing over again. And so, but I'm very meticulous with my accounting and my documentation, and I was able to keep track of all this stuff over all the years. And at some point, I decided that to send them a fee schedule and just operate in the common law. And I sent them a fee schedule that basically says for every time they want to jerk me around, that it would, you know, they'll go ahead and do that anyway, no matter what I have to say, no matter how I argue it, no matter what I do. So here's my fee schedule, and, you know, for each time I have to mess with this stuff, it's going to cost somebody $2 million. And I have been just adding and sending them bills, and it's gone from quarterly statements to annual statements, and you know, and it's the result that I'm getting is that they never ever address anything that I am writing about. They act like it just doesn't appear on my page at all. It's totally deceptive. I yield.
This is Cynthia again. When they do that, that's why you write at the bottom to let them know you give them a certain amount of days for them to reply. And if they do not reply, then that means silent, that they have agreed to this document. And every time they send you a bill or whatever, and you also send, like, when you said you told them you would charge them, because I have what we call the copyright of my, but I don't want to say straw man, of my, whatever they assume I'm supposed to be in charge of. And when I send them that and tell them if they use that again, because everything's going to be in capital letter, and I am the authorization, the executor of that person, and if they use it again, you put what you would charge them or whatever, and you just keep sending them that. You keep sending them that and sending the bill back and say paid in full.
If I may.
Yes.
Louis, yes.
Okay. Greetings, Cynthia. Greetings, Dave. Cynthia, you mentioned that when you could go on YouTube and find a good deal of information. David of Michigan may, in fact, be one of those information providers, as he has a YouTube channel that has really detailed a lot of his fight over the years of which he speaks of. David, I don't recall your channel right off of the top of my head, but would you like to share?
Sure,
your channel?
thank you. The channel is Rico Busters. It's 2 words, R-I-C-O, like racketeering, influence, corrupt organizations, space, busters, like we, the people, are out to bust these racketeering, crime syndicates. So, thank you. I appreciate it. None of them have anything to do with, I have got 23 different documentaries up, but none of them have anything to do with student loans yet. I yield. Thank you.
So just to let you know that, some of the battles that David has been involved with, and also the level of knowledge on some of the things that you've just mentioned on this call, you might want to review that at your leisure, and anyone else on the call. So with that, I yield. Charles.
Thank you, Louis. I can't help but think, unless there's somebody that would like to comment here real quick, I'd like to, we're focusing on economics here a little bit, and the next item on our agenda is referencing if other people would like to bring any cases before our court, and just to kind of prime the pump, I think we may be having a case in the future come before our court from Cynthia Moore, who just talked a little bit ago. She's doing a foreclosure case here. And in fact, in Lewis's conference on Monday, we played a video that Cynthia was given from a scholar that is specializing in foreclosure areas. And we had some discussion there. And at this point, I'd like to take a few moments to specifically talk both about Cynthia's case here and foreclosures in general, because and this and even bigger, the Federal Reserve banking system that Michael was talking about, because until we get to the basic issues of the authority to control our own economic situations, we're going to continue having problems with foreclosures and student loans. We need to comprehend the fundamentals of how of the economic legal battlefield. Okay, and a good friend that many of you know, Hartford Van Dyke up in Washington State, he has clearly declared in times past that the authority of judicial officers to declare that a debt has been paid or discharged, when a judicial officer declares that a debt has been paid or discharged, that judicial officer is in essence creating money. These are Hartford Van Dyke's words. The power to declare a debt paid is the power to create money, because money under our current credit debt system, money is no longer gold and silver coin. Money is entirely just debts and credits, and when you, as a judicial officer, declare that a claimed debt has been paid, then in essence that is tendering the obligation and neutralizing it and making it no longer an enforceable debt. So I wanted to point out those things. And we can go into more details here, but I should pause at this moment. Comments, questions, anybody? Why Diana Green identifies her husband as her attacker? Background noise. Somebody's got background. Please mute.
Roland, Texas. That's coming from your line. Roland, when you hit okay, *6. Thank you.
And I would also like to add what Charles just said, because when a borrower is to repay the loan in the same, that we are allowed to repay that loan in the same species of money or credit that the bank, financial institution, used to fund the loan per GAAP, which is GAAP. I don't have the statute and codes and stuff for it right now in front of me, but for GAAP, we are allowed to repay that loan just as well. And that is one of my defenses that I have, because I am allowed to pay them, because the only thing they use, they never loan me any money anyway. The loan robber, his signature paid off everything, and they use that money to benefit themselves and put it on the stock exchange and got paid like 3 times over. And we also find out that the attorney is like the third party. The attorney is the person that's doing the foreclosure is the attorney, because they bought the loan from the bank, because the bank already got paid.
Interesting. Yeah, thank you, Cynthia. If we might build on that also, Cynthia and I have been using the Uniform Commercial Code I issued a commercial instrument to Cynthia. Cynthia issued a commercial instrument to me, both of them in the amount of $320,000. And when we traded them, that an essential element of a contract is to have valuable consideration. And so when we traded our Uniform Commercial Code promissory notes, we each gave the other valuable consideration. And that gives us what is recognized under the Uniform Commercial Code as, quote, holder in due course, unquote, quote, status. We've got holder in due course status. You can't use your own commercial instrument to discharge debts that you owe. But if you've got a commercial instrument from a friend that you're the holder in due course on, then you can use that commercial instrument to discharge debts. And this is so profoundly power decentralizing that at that point, when we've got our communities of people, our responsibly self-governing communities, we can share creating these commercial instruments with each other. And all of us can be holders of due course of all of our friends' promissory notes. And at that point, under the Uniform Commercial Code, as presently applicable, we all have the authority to discharge any and all debts that are alleged against us. This is really a powerful game changer that almost no one comprehends. And technically speaking, we're going to continue to still have problems, even though this is profoundly empowering to us, because still control the judiciary, and they still control the executive. As long as they've got corrupted judicial officers and corrupted executive officers that refuse to enforce and recognize the provisions of the Uniform Commercial Code, will continue to be in trouble. But when we establish our own...
If I may, Charles.
Yeah, Lewis, go ahead.
For those that are not speaking at this time, if you would please mute yourself, because we were getting some feedback from both David of Michigan as well as Cynthia. So yes, and if you would then simply unmute when you would like to make a statement or a question. Thank you. Charles, I yield. You've got the floor.
Thank you, Louis. Yes, thank you, everybody, for keeping your phones muted. As long as they control the judiciary and the police power, all the beautiful laws in the world won't amount to a hill of beans, because the corrupted judges will continue making false declarations of how to apply law to the cases, and will still continue to be debt slaves. But we've got the lawful authority to discharge our debts through the Uniform Commercial Code here, and that includes student loan debts and banking foreclosure debts, but that's the general policy that we're doing a slow and painless and non-traumatic conversion to. That's the footnotes of the general agenda that we expect to be promoting, to have this ability to discharge debts in these quick and efficient manners, like the Uniform Commercial Code empowers us to do. But the bottleneck, the obstruction for our ability to access this economic power, comes through our control of the judiciary and our control of the executive in our local townships and our precincts, through our Justice of the Peace judicial officers and at the precinct level, and our town constables at the local township level. And so that's why organizing our self-governing communities is of even greater priority than talking about the economic system, because until we gain control of the judiciary, our entire economic system is going to be continued to be run as an oppressive, top-down, authoritarian economic system, with only the moral prostitutes getting the lion's share of the economic resources of the community, and it's going to be continued to be misallocated there. So I should yield at this point for comments or questions. Anyone?
Yes.
Go ahead.
You can go ahead. This is Cynthia. I can wait till your comment is finished.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say, in dealing with the student loan stuff and the U.S. Department of Education, I have, over all these years, or in decades now, 2 of them, I've been able to see how the U.S. Department of Education and the banks and the service providers all operate in this same kind of similar kind of fashion, where you use the term friends, Charles, when you're talking about the mutual things in commerce there. That's what the U.S. Department of Education is doing, is they'll loan, or say they're loaning, based on a promissory note that we sign. Then, like the home mortgages, they bundle these things together and sell them off to a service provider, and then the service provider does all these funny things to them, and if they don't like what's going on, or they decide that they're going to go out of business or change their name, like Sallie Mae and Navient and all this other kind of crap, then they they do their thing, and then they'll bundle things together and sell them to another service provider, and if they do something or go out of business, then they sell them back to the U.S. Department of Education. If somebody determines along the way that they go default, then they sell them to the ECMC, Educational Corporation, or whatever it is, but ECMC, and and then they've got something called the default something group. They and all of these and the federal student aid, all these are aliases for the U.S. Department of Education. They disguise all this stuff. Even the Ombudsman's office, all this comes under one umbrella, and they just partition it off and play with themselves. Basically, I yield.
Thank you, David. Yeah, that's the smoke and mirrors is intense. This is why I'm really enthused about organizing our Supreme Court of Law for the USA with 12 jurists, each representing one superstate, is because at that point we will be in a position with our Supreme Court of Law for the USA to make judicial declarations that entire superstructure quagmire of confusion is null and void. We can wipe it away with one jury verdict declaration. It can all be that simple if we organize and start assuming vacant common law jurisdiction offices. And I know common law is designed to be grassroots, bottom up. It is. And I think, David, you mentioned earlier apprehensions about doing things top down. Yeah, that is a legitimate apprehension. But if our delegates, each of the superstates, is further politically subdivided down into many states, then the delegate from the superstate is maybe pro tem, top-down authoritarian, just to fill the vacant office. But as soon as people start filling in offices below him, then he's subject to immediate recall and replacement from the constituency below him. And so at that point, it's designed to self-correct and become grassroots, bottom-up the moment we prime the pump by filling the vacant office in a top-down authoritarian manner. So, and again, that'll take care of the whole economics, quagmire, confusion thing that you're talking about there, David. I hope that makes sense.
That was very well explained, and thank you for doing that. That good explanation there, Charles. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Comments, questions, others?
Well, actually, I was just getting ready to agree with that, because even the Native Americans, what they did, everything came from the top up when they did traditional laws, and it seemed to work a whole lot better when it starts at the because that's your foundation. When you have a foundation, foundation always starts at the bottom before you build a roof. So therefore, what you just said was, actually, we have seen this over the years. If you start at the top, the roof is going to fall down. There's a simple way of explaining that, but their foundation is at the bottom with everything. I yield.
All right. Comments, questions from others? Hearing none. I think Lewis is appropriately bringing our screen share over to our criminal complaint of treasonous conspiracy by fraudulent medical war powers usurpation. Our friend Abraham Duran and qualified elector, has presented a complaint to our court. This is and this complaint is web linked in the document here. 404 not found. We got some problems there in the web links. Michael was pointing out I've got some problems. There it came up. The Exodus 18 citation had a problem in it. But thank you for bringing that up, Lewis. Yes. And see, at this point, I know it's just kind of me ranting here, but a lot of work has been done preliminary to my ranting here. And such as the document that you're looking at here, I'm the one that mostly composed it. Abraham reviewed it and agreed that somebody needs to bring it before our court, and that's how we are proceeding here. I believe that's entirely lawful. Abraham's basically the complaining party. We've got a case before the court. Like Michael said earlier, things are deteriorating, and it's looking like violence is on the horizon. And we are the only ones capable of providing a nonviolent solution to the looming violence that's coming at us, because the entire Roman Empire superstructure thrives on violence and lawlessness and aggression. Their judicial officers, their executive officers, there may be exceptions. There may be a small percentage of officers therein that are basically good people trying to make a barn door fly, or however you want to illustrate the idea. But the system is designed to oppress common people. The system is designed to insulate from accountability. And a complaint, a court, in order for a judicial officer in a court to command executive officers to execute warrants, to use force, to resist forcible vaccinations, or to arrest criminal conspirators such as Bill Gates and Anthony Fauci, before any of that can happen, there needs to be two things. There needs to be a complaint before the court, somebody, a moving party, a natural person bringing a complaint before a court. That's number one. Number two, need to have a court of competent jurisdiction, of competent lawful authority to adjudicate the matter and to render the appropriate remedy in response to the complaint being brought before the court. And so it's really important to have a proper complaint before the court. And this coronavirus medical emergency complaint is a model. Michael and I have discussed using the same model for Federal Reserve banking and a whole economic system type complaint. In fact, the Federal Reserve banking system is named in this complaint. If you scroll down to look at the list of defendants there in the left column, the Federal Reserve bankers are named. Each of the 12 Federal Reserve banks, like Michael was talking about, there's 12 Federal Reserve banks. It plugs into the metaphysics. It's all the present system of government and economic system is designed to collapse. These people expect we, the common people, to figure this out at some time in the future. And guess what? We're figuring it out right now. We're just not yet organized enough. But the entire Roman Empire model of government is designed for the potential of collapsing and being replaced by a pure common law, Israelite Torah law model of government. That's why they've got 12 Federal Reserve banks. That's why they've got 12 circuit courts under the Supreme Court, is because it's designed to be converted to a common law model as the Roman Empire model system of government collapses and the common law jurisdiction is moved into. The vacant offices there are moved into by the people, and in moment by moment transition. It should be smooth and painless if we do this right. That as the Roman Empire model of government and their entire fraudulent medical emergency is dismantled by our jury verdicts here, as that corrupted military police state form of medical emergency, medical martial law is what we're looking at here, is dismantled and replaced with a legitimate, lawful judicial process and governmental process. Then
and Charles, if I may,
be a smooth transition. Sure, I yield.
Okay, we've just been joined by a caller. The last four digits of the caller's line are 4879. Greetings. First name and state.
I'm known as Santa Claus, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Greetings.
Yep. Thank you.
Welcome, Santa Claus. Your reputation has preceded you. I'm glad you're with us here.
Okay.
And again, I was just putting some finishing touches on some comments about agenda item, I believe it's 5 or so, our coronavirus medical emergency criminal counter complaint that we're in position, and at this point, we've constructed a model jury verdict to that isn't talking in terms of arrests of Bill Gates or Anthony Fauci or anybody else, but it is declaring our authority to resist with forced vaccinations, and this is where the rubber is meeting the road right now. We just need volunteers to step into the vacant offices of the Chief Judicial Officer of each of the super states there, and thereunder act as a juror to arrive to build consensus around final wording of the jury verdict that's web-linked in the invitation document there, and we can make modifications to it. But we need 12 reputable people to lend lend us their authority to use their names and list their names as jurors in their individual superstates, and thereunder we have the Seventh Amendment jury verdict that sets a higher standard of law than the emergency war powers government that is causing this whole coronavirus emergency. We're taking their emergency war powers de facto jurisdiction away from them, and we're setting a higher standard through our jury verdict. This is the entire scheme of common law, is to get everything adjudicated by juries. It creates a natural presumption that justice is being harmonized with, that natural law is being harmonized with, because it's almost impossible to get 12 people to agree on anything unless what they're agreeing on is harmonious with natural justice and natural law. And so this raises the bar over the emergency war powers jurisdiction of the de facto government, and it'll shut down all of their emergency war powers declarations, not just regarding this coronavirus, but regarding the Federal Reserve Bank. That whole thing is emergency war powers. All kinds of emergency war powers are messing with us. So anyway, please, everybody, be prayerful. Review that jury verdict document as well as the complaint document here. And next time around, please volunteer to step forward, and maybe even a few of you are capable here. As I call, has anybody in this conference now reviewed these documents enough where they're willing to sign on as a juror for a jury verdict in stopping this forced vaccinations and stuff that's coming at us through this fraudulent coronavirus emergency? Anyone? I yield.
This is Peter Pan in Michigan, and I just thought I might add to what Mike in Florida had mentioned last week, and that is that that once we get a verdict or anything like that with people's real names, I suppose, that we'll also have to do something with the media and to get this stuff out there, because exposure is at least as important as the process. I yield.
Thank you, Peter Pan, David. That kind of touches on an issue about the qualified electors and how we're processing.
If I may, Charles, if you could hold that thought of qualified electors and how we're processing.
Sure.
We've just been joined a couple of minutes ago. Greetings. Who's just joined us? First name and state, please. Okay, what I'm going to do is mute and unmute your line so that you know that I am addressing you directly. Okay, you should have just heard that your line is now muted. Now your line is
Rick in Colorado. Go ahead.
Greetings, Rick. Greetings, Rick. Thank you. Welcome. Charles, I yield.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you. Welcome, Rick. Good to have you with us. We were just finishing up talking about the coronavirus complaint that Abraham Duran has brought before our Supreme Court of Law, and that we've got a model jury verdict that we're requesting that people consider, study, and get comfortable with the idea of standing up and speaking out against the evil empire by affirming your position as a juror to declare that the present coronavirus emergency is a fraud. And so we were working with that, and there was more. We were kind of segueing over to Santa Claus and Peter Pan, and there's another item in our agenda that's referencing the voting process of the qualified electors from the grassroots, which is our organic body politic, and that voting process in olden common law communities, I don't believe there was any secret voting. It was all done in the township levels and maybe the precinct levels, but real close communities, and it was open and pretty much voice vote. They didn't have a whole lot of use for paperwork and stuff. There was no secrecy is the point I'm trying to draw towards, and this gets to the Peter Pan and Santa Claus issue about there are people in our modern society that do have legitimate concerns about using their name in prominent public manners, but that they want to do what they can from behind the scenes to help support the movement. And thereunder, when we're identifying our qualified electors, and even if at these starting stages here, it's liable to take a little bit of work to get 12 people to agree to sign on as jurors to the jury verdict that we're talking about here. And so I think in terms of voting and in terms of listing jurors, we can probably create a shell, a legal fiction, an account number, similar to the present voting process in the de facto government, that you're just identified by a code, and you know who you are, and you can share it with other people if you trust them. But for the larger public, it would be very difficult. It would provide an additional layer of insulation. And so that is an issue about whether or not our community should allow secret voting and use of aliases, such as Peter Pan or Santa Claus or things like that. And that's an important discussion. I think we can accommodate those kind of needs, but it is kind of against the common law tradition, because everybody knew everybody in common law, and it was all open and public. But that was before the Norman Conquest. Roman Empire came in and turned everything into a military police state that kills martyrs that try to stand up and speak out. So lots is going on there. I should yield. Comments, questions on?
If I may.
Okay. Yeah,
this is East Star Rabbit, Dave and the Thumb. I invited Santa Claus on, and he really is Santa Claus. If you've ever seen him, you'd know who he was. Everybody knows him as Santa Claus. So anyway, I yield.
Thank you, Dave.
I have a comment on not presenting yourself, because that's one of the problems, doing things in secret, that we're facing right now. And if we want our freedom, we're going to have to rise to that situation and say enough is enough, and not be afraid to identify ourselves. If we're really passionate about this movement, there's no way, you can't hide. is you just have to present yourself. So I think that's one of the problems. They're doing everything in secret behind our back, behind the common people back, and that's one of the things we know do not work. So if you're not afraid or you have something you should be hiding, then everything should be out when it comes to this situation about our freedom, and make sure that we're not being misled or anything like that. So anybody that's going to present themselves should present themselves besides trying to hide. Enough is enough. We need to really stand up for what we really want. Freedom is a price to pay. I yield.
Thank you,
if I may.
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah, this is Dave again. By the way, Santa Claus is a Vietnam veteran. He's about 80 years old, and I don't think he's afraid of anything. He's not hiding. That's just who he is. Everybody knows him as Santa. The cops know him as Santa. You know, everybody in Cincinnati pretty much knows him as Santa. So he ain't hiding. He's here.
I'm not talking about just a common name. I mean, when you present yourself for this to stand up as a juror or someone, you need not to use the alias name. I'm talking about what Charles was talking about. You can have a nickname or whatever, but I'm talking about what we're going forward for. And should we have somebody presenting themselves when you do your jury or whatever, like you're standing up for this cause, and to vote, and we should have our proper identity. I yield.
Yeah.
David.
Go ahead, David.
I just wanted to concur. If that was Cynthia, I wanted to concur with her and support that because it's kind of hard to be sovereign and deceptive at the same time. And this goes back to what I was talking about a little bit earlier in this evening's call about the correlation between deception and coercion. And it also makes it much easier for the COINTELPRO that you were talking about to come in and under the guise of some other pseudonym, and it just kind of throws a wrench into everything. I totally understand nicknames, and I've been called Blondie before and other types of names. So anyway, I get the Santa Claus thing, and when it comes to voting and things like that, I yield.
May I?
Dave in the thumb, yeah.
This is Michael in Florida.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Michael. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, we must remember the founders often used pseudonyms. Ben Franklin used a couple different pseudonyms. One of them was Poor Richard. He would write anonymously. It's not that we're being deceptive, but we prefer anonymity for the time being, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I would also agree with Cynthia in her point, but not to disagree with Dave. I don't want to come across as disagreeing with Dave, but I just want to clarify, sometimes anonymity is crucial to a point. And then when we want to demand the sovereignty and put the gears in action, then we must take the veil off. I yield.
Thank you, Michael. I'd like to point out how I visualize this process unfolding would be these kind of decisions about anonymity and using a legal fiction name to identify yourself. Those kind of decisions about whether or not to allow a person to use that kind of identification would be, in my mind, that would be decided at the local township level based upon the consensus of the members of the township. And that would mean that whoever was desiring to employ the legal fiction name or just something similar to a social security number, a license plate tag, driver's license number, however you wanted to do it, that would be decided at the local township level, and all of the members of the township would know who the person really was. They would be on the inside track. There would be no secrets amongst the township. That way, because the township, there's definitions under Freeman and Black's Law Dictionary that if you're not a member of a township and governed by the town constable, aka the Lord, then you're not worthy of a freeman's right. So it's important to have our people be members of townships, and each of those townships is collectively responsible for each of its members. If one of its members does something wrong, commits a real crime, then the other members of the township got to organize as a miniature posse comitatus and go after him and arrest him and bring him to an accountability. That's their primary duty. It's in the oath of office. Things like that are in the oath of office to the qualified electors form. So this is part of being responsibly self-governing communities. You have to know who is members of your responsibly self-governing community. But to all outward persons, all outward, the other townships in the precinct and the other precincts in the county and all across the nation and the planet, we could have a veil that just maybe 3 or 4 of the people in the township, they're not using their real name. Here's their identification code, or they're calling themselves Peter Pan or Santa Claus or whatever they decide to do. That's the right of the qualified electors in each of the townships as a community to decide that. And if their township all has consensus on that point, then that's all the rest of the communities need to know, because each of the individual townships is sovereign and they can decide those issues for themselves. One main concern there is that each township has to have 10 able-bodied men ready to go to war to keep the peace, if possible. But there's a lot of people that are ex-military that are quite paranoid, justifiably, about identifying who they are. But if they can identify under just an ambiguous driver's license identification code or a Santa Claus acronym or something like that, then they can have a degree of comfort. And when it comes time to stand up to have enough men to go down to the courthouse or whatever is necessary in order to keep the peace, these guys are probably ready to do that. They just don't want their name being plastered around. And so at that point, I think it's a recruiting strategy to, like Michael was saying, people have legitimate needs for anonymity on numerous occasions, especially ex-military people, ex-CIA agents, ex-FBI or DOJ, whistleblowers, things like that. They need to be able to drop below the radar and use that anonymity, but it has to meet with the approval of the local township members. So that's how I visualize the whole thing coming together there. I yield. I can see we're after our 2-hour mark too here. Comments, questions? I yield.
Yes, this is Cynthia. I totally agree. That's what I was coming for. Some people do have to in a situation, but when in a certain situation, we have to use common sense in that, just like you said, whistleblowers and stuff like that as well. But when it's time to step up to the plate, just like when I think it's Thomas Jefferson or whatever had a nickname, or Lincoln, but then we knew he was the president. When time came to do that, he was not allowed to use a nickname. So, yeah, just common sense about certain things so we can protect our people as well. I yield.
Thank you.
Michael,
yes.
Yeah, just briefly wanted to say that we could continue this discussion, in the next hour. I would urge that we do that. Time is running out, and we need to start getting some real traction, and time is running out, folks. And I would even suggest that 1 call per week is not enough. I yield.
Thank you. Michael.
And if I may, Charles, did you want to make any type of a concluding statement for the first portion or the official portion of the call? I yield.
Thank you, Louis. Yes, maintaining professional standards here. We do like to try to get the main body of our important business done within the 2-hour time frame of our official. We got some feedback there. Can you all mute, please? Yes, I think we've accomplished a lot during our main business meeting here. We've covered a lot of important points, which we intend to continue carrying on with in more open and less formal discussion here after our 2-hour mark here. I am Charles Stewart. This is a conclusion of the business portion, the formal business portion of our Supreme Court of Law for the USA conference. And at this point, we're concluding the formal business section, and we're entering into open discussion. And Louis, are you able to hang with us for a little while, or do you got to run? Maybe you got to run, Louis. I didn't hear you answer.
For a few, I'll just be muted in the background.
Okay, thank you very much, Louis. I think Michael raised a good issue there about we're in an era of serious conflict. Michael's actually proposing that we host more than one conference per week because we got so much work to do. At which point I would respond, hey, sure. I need to develop mechanisms for getting people actively involved in what is already on the table. Specifically, jurors for the coronavirus jury verdict. I think that is, especially it includes Federal Reserve Bank defendants. If we can start getting jurors, qualified electors, to agree to serve as a delegate representative jurist from your superstate, that will move us forward. I'm already volunteering to be the jury foreman and one of the 12 jurors on there. So we've got myself as one juror for the superstate of Texas. But and I may have heard of another one too, but anyway, we need people to declare that they're willing to sign on as jurors. That is one area where we need people to start getting active. So if there's anyone here that is willing to sign on as a juror to move forward with one of our jury verdicts like this, can you please step forward and say so now? I yield.
I haven't read a lot. This is Cynthia. I haven't read the documents or anything, but I am definitely for the virus not being vaccine and stuff, so I'm willing to step forward for that.
Excellent, excellent. And I'll make sure that you've got a copy that you can read of the rough draft of the jury verdict so that you know exactly what you're signing on to. And I think there was a lady, Nancy, from Michigan, that also indicated her reserve but general affirmation that she's willing to sign on. I think Louis noted that too. So that means that we've got Nancy from Michigan, Cynthia from South Carolina, and myself from Texas. We've got 3 people willing to stand up as qualified electors and jurists to represent our superstates in a Supreme Court of Law judgment for the whole people of the USA on regard to this issue. That's 25% of what we need to have, and so it's a good start here. And please, I ask everybody here to try to become familiar with the documents and what's going on here so that you can consider prayerfully whether or not you're ready to stand up and do it. And if personal circumstances don't allow you to do it, maybe you can communicate these documents to other people that don't have your similar circumstances and do have the capabilities of comfortably standing up and speaking out in the cause of truth and justice for our American people on this issue. So, one more time, anybody else ready to step forward at this time, or should we table this particular issue for later discussion? I yield.
Hey, Charles, this is David in Texas. Sign me up, and I will be, I know we haven't communicated a lot, but I will be declaring legal residency in Oklahoma here very, very shortly. So, we can talk about it, but sign me up. I think I'm uniquely qualified. I've got dual citizenship. I have 2 legal names with my married name of my wife and then my birth name, and I want to jump out and be used by the group and continue to fight this thing head on. So sign me up, please.
Thank you, David. That's 4. We're 33% of the way to having a full lawful jury verdict that we can. At that point, I can start putting it in the face of the President and the Vice President and William Barr with Department of Justice and FEMA and Homeland Security, all of these people. This is how this document is designed to establish a quick and efficient brick wall against that emergency war powers de facto municipal jurisdiction. Because when we're a responsibly self-governing community, as affirmed through the 7th Amendment jury verdict, then that's a really big, nasty brick wall that they can't get through lawfully. So thank you very much, David. That's excellent. We're moving in the right direction. I don't want to put any undue pressure on anybody here, but I think for the time being, we're going to just stay with one conference per week here, Michael. But please be assured that behind the scenes, lots of energy is being devoted to empowering us. And we can do private conferences and stuff off to the side and stuff too, but it takes a lot of work out of me to do these formal conferences. Did I lose connection? Can you all hear me?
I hear you.
Oh yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, we got it.
Yes, still good, Charles. Just screen sharing stopped. You're solid.
Okay, thank you. I was a little worried about that there. There is another related issue there to the jury verdict is what was it I was thinking besides the jury verdict? And I can't remember. The thought just jumped out of my head. I should yield. Is there comments, questions from anybody?
Yes, this is Cynthia. I just wanted to iterate more, add on to the situation with the corona situation. Is very important because we don't know what they're planning on doing. And we know we're facing something. And whatever they're planning on doing is not for our good. And we have children, family members, and we don't want them to be harmed by that. So that's something we should think about. With only 12 jurors, for we to get started and be ahead of this game, because they're planning something. And we need to really focus on that because we want to be able to protect our families. I yield.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. The history of the persecution of spiritual people that want to responsibly self-govern. This is the nature of the conflict between the Roman Empire and Israel in older ancient times, and it's similar conflicts between the Roman Catholic Church and what eventually became Protestants was largely Gnostic tribal people. But the brutal murder of people like William Tyndale and Mr. Wycliffe that were producing the first Bibles. The Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, so-called, unholy is more accurate, they brutally murdered people because they were wanting total control over all of what claimed to be Christianity. Fortunately that survived, and it continues on in America and England. But that same authoritarian, despotic lust for power, brutal, murderous lust for power, it continues in existence with us at this very day. And when we start assuming authority to responsibly self-govern, especially on a national level, we're going to start getting reactions from the de factos. One thing, a few people have asked me, Terry from Hawaii and specifically, in the current emailing of the invitation, I've been including an email address for the U.S. Department of Justice and the President and the Vice President, and I'm planning on expanding that to include Nancy Pelosi and as Speaker of the House and all kinds of other de facto government officials, probably head of Homeland Security and FEMA. I'm planning on expanding that, and that was a point of concern with Terry from Hawaii and maybe of a few others here. Mr. Stewart, why are you pulling the tiger's tail here, so to speak? You know, they're going to get mad at you. They're liable to come in with a SWAT team and drag me off to a federal prison, and maybe some of our other participants here. Well, I'm not worried about it for myself, and I don't think. I think most of the rest of us here are pretty ready for the spiritual battle. The aggressors are coming against us constantly, and we only get to choose the point at which we will confront them, and we can keep kicking the can on down the road. But that makes it worse for when we do have to pay. That's how the entire economic system of America is presently being run. They're continuing piling on debt and piling on debt and piling on debt. They're kicking the can down the road, and nobody's ever talking about squaring up the books and living within our means. Similarly, the responsibly self-governing communities, we cannot continue to be kicking the can down the road. We need to be saying, drawing a line in the sand and saying it stops here. And if they're going to drag us off to a FEMA camp or something, do it right now. The rest of us, if they come to my place here in Texas and they drag me off to a FEMA camp or something, I imagine at least a few of you will be able to figure that out, and you'll know that the fight is on. Well, and it's already been on numerous times. What they did to the Branch Davidians in Texas and Vicki Weaver and the Oklahoma City bombing, they murdered their own. They murdered good FBI agents. Bad FBI agents murdered good FBI agents. Bad judicial officers murdered good judicial officers. There is no honor among thieves. We are the only game in town, and we desperately need to draw a line in the sand. And see, they are aggressors. They are aggressors. And when we draw a line in the sand, and like in Cynthia's case, that's a good example. When they come out and they try to kick Cynthia out of her house there in South Carolina, That's an act of military aggression. And when we make the case real clear, like we have in the most recent versions of our racketeering and corruption complaint against him to quiet title and remove Cloud, and we make the record that we are in the peaceable possession of that house, and if they have sheriffs come out, deputies come out, and forcibly remove her, that's an act of international aggression. That's the point at which if Cynthia was real macho, she probably won't do this, but technically speaking, she could pull out guns and blast at corrupted sheriff's deputies that are enforcing unlawful foreclosures. And everybody across America has the right to do it. It's what the rule of law means. Okay? We got the right to defend ourselves against lawless aggressors, even if they're occupying government offices and wearing uniforms. Those offices and uniforms mean nothing when they're involved in commission of crime, and they can be summarily executed. That's what the rule of law means. Nobody is above the law in America. And so I'm ranting quite a bit there, and I'm losing. I should yield and allow comments and questions here. I'm saying some pretty bold things. I yield.
Yes, this is Cynthia. I understand totally what Charles was saying, and what I was saying before is because this is not just about me losing my house, because material things is about somebody taking it away from me in that way, but it's personal because not only that they're doing foreclosures, they are also committing murder, even in the hospital. There's a lot of things going on. So this dominant control system, this evil system, got to stop. It is very personal to me because I was not able to save one of my family members when I watched him being killed in the hospital. And it was like whatever the doctor said. And I'll say it again, I watched him being killed. So this is very, very important for this system to stop because they're evils, they're devils, and they do not care about us, as we can see. So it needs to be stopped. So we're going to have to stand up and say enough is enough. So this is one thing that I'm doing, but I am focusing on bringing down the system, and I'm not afraid because I'd rather be dead than be held by somebody telling me what I can do and cannot do and take my life at any time. That's death by itself. So we have to stand up for this. We have to stand up for our children and all of our loved ones. This is enough. There's no room to be afraid. If you're going forward for this, because as we can see, they're evil. That's why we are afraid. And how could you live life? You can't live life being afraid. That's not true life. And watching, you can't even protect your own family. Because no matter how much money you got, if they're in control of this system, whenever they want to take that money away from you, whenever they want to take all those things you're afraid of losing, they can't. I yield.
Thank you, Cynthia. That was great. Comments, questions, anybody else?
This is David. I just want to say that I do honor very much what Cynthia has as her conviction there. And I share those thoughts very much. I'm also siding with what Mike said last week, and he keeps reminding us is that we need numbers, and let's stick together, and none of us have to stick our necks out too far. I yield.
Very good. Yes. If we all move together in a large organized community, then they can't accuse us all of being criminals or anti-government activists. There is no doubt there is strength in numbers. And I use the jury verdict document that we're focusing on here is a mechanism, I believe, for recruiting people into the movement, and that is
Charles, this is Nikki.
Nikki, yes, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes. Sometimes all it takes is to point something out to the people that makes them very, very angry, for them to draw that line in the sand. Okay? So, sorry about that. I'll get back with you in a minute.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Anybody else?
Hello?
Hello.
Who's speaking?
Charles Stewart's talking right now. You're on a phone conference. Who are you, please?
I don't know why it rang. Yes, I was listening to it. Okay. I'll mute myself.
All right. Well,
I'm sorry about that, Charles, and the fellow who was just talking probably thought it was his phone ringing. It was mine. So, anyhow, what I was saying, though, it really helps people draw a line in the sand if they know what went wrong, how it went wrong, and who was to blame. Okay? So, with that said, I would like to, this is for the purpose of education and self-governance, like you're talking about. Each state in the Union has got somewhere in their constitution that political powers are inherent in the people, and the free governments are founded on their authority and instituted for their peace, safety, and happiness. And they may alter, reform, or abolish their government in such a manner as they may think proper. In different ways, this is in, I believe, at all 50 of the constitutions for the states. So when you're talking about a superstate, you're talking about this kind of political power that is inherent in the people. They're indefeasible and is unalienable, unalienable. They cannot put a lien on it. And with that said, I want to point out that this is important because years ago, 20 years ago or so, and I think that you even know this, I brought something into court as the claim of cognizance. And cognizance is a word that just kind of popped into my mind one day, and I never heard it before, and I started to look it up. And claim of cognizance in English law is defined to be an intervention by a third person demanding judicatory in the cause against the plaintiff who has chosen to commence his action out of the claimant's court. So you're talking about the court that these plaintiffs, meaning the government and the monetary system and, the big boys are bringing us into court for. So it gives us the authority to do something about it under English law. It is a question of jurisdiction between the two courts and not between the plaintiff and defendant, as in the case of a plea to the jurisdiction, and therefore it must be demanded by the party entitled to the cognizance or by his representative and not by the defendant or his attorney. So if they're taking our straw man, our all capitalized name, into court, it's our real person with the normal size letters that are bringing this case against them for the concurrent jurisdiction. And there are three sorts of cognizance. One is which does not oust another court from its jurisdiction, but only creates a concurrent one. And that's what we're talking about doing under, as you said, I think Amendment 7, correct?
Yes.
And when the plea, and 2 is when the plea is commenced in one court of which cognizance belongs to the other, and cognizance is what we know to be true. So it belongs to the other court, so it would be strictly in the courts, the common law courts, the natural law courts. I like natural law better than common law. And there is a third one, and that is the cognizance of exclusive jurisdiction, as that no other court shall hold pica. Do you know what pica is?
No.
Pica is typeset, okay? Pica is typeset. That's what I'm going to bring something to your attention, is that and not just yours, but everyone's attention. And actually, I have, if I could show my screen, I mean, I would be able to show this, or everyone can go to theultimateweapons.blogspot.com. That's weapons with an S. And I put this up this morning. But anyhow, you've seen not the Declaration, but the U.S. Constitution, the Constitution for the United States. You've seen that, correct? And it's got "We the People" in a typeset that is different than any other part of that document, correct?
Sounds right.
And there's no comma after the "we." So this is an important ambiguity that they have, put into this particular document that really ticks me off, and I hope it does others as well. Because the Constitution of the United States, all right, and what I noticed is that when it was passed, what is it, not enacted, I think it says enacted in it. It doesn't say ratified, it says enacted by the 9 states. Connecticut, Massachusetts, and on this blog I have the papers from those days, and Virginia. They have it in their newspapers back in 1787 as showing a comma after the "we." So they understood, based on their Constitution, it would be "we, the people of the United States," small letter S in most cases. Okay? So we, the people of the United States, we do have all these powers and authorities. However, the pica that is used in the one that was based on the con has "we, no comma, the people," someone's private trust. Now think about it. These colonies were begun by charters. So they have the authority to have their sole corporations because the City of London was a corporation sole, and so was the Crown. So there's the ambiguity that has to be straightened out. So that's why I sent this out last week about, hey, get it to the people, into the people's, attention. This can be, there could be a ballot measure put on in every state on their election process, okay, that to put a comma for the future after "we" in every preamble to the 1787 Constitution to show who that was for. It was for the people who were given the powers under their state constitutions, not to some, powerful organization or, private trust. That is for "we, the people." That's the name of it. Do you hear where I'm going with this? And anyway, I don't want to go into, a whole lot of detail.
Well, I'm glad you paused there because I do believe that when you're talking in terms of filing, we got an echo. When we're talking in terms of filing things like initiatives to change a comma in the sentence to the preamble to the Constitution, or what initiatives and referendums or Roman civil municipal law, a much more quick and efficient method of remedy for the legitimate concern that you're voicing is to just assume the judicial power and declare that all misinterpretations of that clause are null and void, and that I think the average American already presumes that it's referencing our common people being empowered. It's just the devil worshippers behind the scenes that are twisting it because there's no comma there to give color of legitimacy to their running their evil empire military police state. And so if we just exercise the judicial power to declare that all applications of that in the unnatural and secretive and perverted and manipulative manner is null and void, then that can probably be done with probably less energy than what would be required to do an initiative or a referendum on the issue. So
yeah, and Charles, what you're saying can be done under the claim of cognizance as well, because they hold, this is a cognizance of exclusive jurisdiction, as that no other court shall hold pica. In other words, it's we, the people, and even if you say, you're adjudicating for the federal government under that Constitution, under the preamble, that is somebody's private corporation or private trust. It's, it doesn't belong to us. We're holding the pica. The typeset.
Can I say something on that term? Because
go ahead.
This is Cynthia, and I agree with both Charles and Nikki. And condescended that's what I'm doing now with my challenge. Exactly what Nikki just said. I believe like this right here. They're using us as that fictional person. And I am stating I am a United States citizen, not of their corporation. And I'm stating laws in that, just like Nikki was saying. I didn't use pica, but I'm doing the exact same thing. I am getting my passport to a United States citizen, and I'm also changing my status and by this affidavit that I have. And this is one thing that Neighbor lead me to do, and I think is very important, because I'm staying in my status and saying, no, I am not that fictional person. You're not going to take away my unalienable rights in my Constitution. You do not have the jurisdiction, and I'm stating laws, as Nikki was saying a few minutes ago. And I believe that all the ammunition, because these people are very nasty, and any ammunition that I have, I'm going to use it. And that's one right that unalienable rights that we have, and to be protected by the Constitution. I am not in your jurisdiction. I am a living being. And if it's not an injury, you can't do nothing to me whatsoever. So I am using that ammunition in my fight for my foreclosure. So if they will try to come at me with any illegal thing, they can't touch me, because I am not in their jurisdiction. And Nikki is absolutely correct that we can use that. And I think it's a good weapon, and I'm going to use it. I don't trust them. So anything you give me that is stating in that law, I'm going to use it. I'm not going to leave nothing untouched.
Yeah, be careful, though, Cynthia, because, all the amendments after the 10th were very, very tricky. And be careful, because even the 13th Amendment, reads, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Now, if there's slavery and involuntary servitude were abolished, why would Congress have the power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation? What are they enforcing? Voluntary servitude. If you do not comply, you're going to be duly convicted of a crime, right? So be careful, okay?
Actually, I'm not good with repeating laws unless I'm looking at it, because I'm just learning this. But actually, in that challenge, it has all that I am not a 14th Amendment citizen. And for me doing what I'm getting ready to do, which it will be on the website that you guys can look at and everything, and I don't have it in front of me to read it out. Yeah, but it actually is also stating basically to protect me against all that, because I am a United States. Whatever they decide to do, that's their choice, because we have now given them the power. And I'm not afraid. And I'm going to do exactly what the law is stating in that. And whatever they do is their choice. Just like that guy was saying, he sent all these information and they decided to disregard it. Sometimes it takes one person to step up. If we're going to do anything, yes. And if we're going to do anything, and we're fighting for this, someone got to step up. It has to be a forerunner. And like I say, this is very personal to me. And if you're going to do something to me, then you go ahead and do it. But I'm going to stand up for my rights.
Yeah, Cynthia, just one more thing, though, because the 14th Amendment citizen, it reads, all persons born or naturalized in the United States. So that backs up to the 13th Amendment. And so consider your wording when it comes to this particular aspect, okay? That you don't get suckered into the 14th Amendment based on the 13th Amendment without realizing that that allows for voluntary servitude.
Exactly.
And if you were born into that, obviously we all were, you know, after 1800.
I was born into that with fraud. And that's right. That's right. And I'm taking it back. That's why I'm doing my passport, and I'm doing some other things like affidavit, and to show that that was fraud, and now I'm consenting. I'm no longer, because they treat us like we are 3-year-old. I don't need you to tell me. I don't need a mother or a father in that situation. I can take care of myself. I'm an adult now. And I'm getting all those things processed and getting that together as well. That's why I will not be a 13 or 14 Amendment citizen, and I will not consent. And as long as I do not consent, and I'm showing them these documents and these facts, they're not allowed to. But what they're doing is, because nobody really stood up for these situations, and they think we're ignorant.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, not just that, they know the majority of us are ignorant, because even while I'm doing this and showing even my family members, they think that's not the law. Damn right, it's not the you know,
I'm dealing with that too, Cynthia.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. That's not the illegal law, the fraud. This is what I'm standing up for, so that we can really realize, and just like I know a lot of people are afraid, and a lot of people are mind controlled, and they believe that these things are true. I was born telling you got to follow the law, you got to do this. So I'm thinking, okay, these are right. And then I go like, this doesn't make any sense. But it's the law.
Mm-hmm. But you know, it might be something as simple as that we the people, and making it known that there is a comma that should go after we in order to be the same as what our state constitutions are telling us that we have the power and the authority to do. And I like that Charles is trying to, you know, show how to organize it, but people don't realize that we have the power to do this based on the fraud that was from the get-go in 1787.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what I'm going to do. That's what I am doing now. And hey, the first person always make a little mistake, but we can tweak it. And just like people right now watching me do this, and whatever goes on, it's never a failure. It's experience, so we can tweak to learn from it.
Absolutely.
And I don't look at if none of us do anything and we just sit here and talk about it, we're just going to be talking about it. Mm-hmm. So once I tried it and some other people try it and we tweak it or whatever, then we can see progress.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Cynthia. And Charles, I yield. And like I said, I have this up on the Ultimate Weapons. That's Weapons with an S. And the Ultimate Weapons are truth and sincerity, or integrity, I should say. In sincerity, too. .blogspot.com. Okay. I yield.
Thank you, Nikki, for that information as well. Thank you.
Thank you both. And Nikki, I did pull up your webpage, Ultimate Weapons at .blogspot.com. You're doing great work. And I could pause for comments, questions, but I'd briefly like to point out your cognizance issue there, Nikki. That goes to issues of jurisdiction, which in turn entangles with issues of venue, and see, there's the judicial power is governed in America. The higher authority of judicial power is not Roman Empire law. It's not admiralty. It's not maritime. It's not equity. All that is gobbledygook from the Roman Empire. The real authority of judicial power, the supreme rules governing judicial power, comes from the common law tradition, and that embodies the concept of jurisdiction when it's appropriate, and the devil's in the details about disputes over which court has jurisdiction, because I'm sure you all can visualize it, that if we start exercising jurisdiction by our Supreme Court of Law here and the other smaller level courts that we're describing under us, then just theoretically speaking, it's highly probable that the de facto courts will call us fake courts, or they'll use some type of derogatory term to slander our jurisdiction, and basically mount an argument that they are the real courts and we are fake courts. But
I'm sorry. Are you done?
Well, I could pause there for a moment if you got something quick.
I do. I have two more. Short things to add to it, because based on what you were saying, because we are in a course of human events, and they recognize that we were going to come to this point someday in 1776, when they wrote, when in the course of human events, which were there now, it becomes necessary for one people, echad, if you know anything about Hebrew, that means a united people, to number one, and they should have put the number one there, 1, 2, 3. 1, dissolve the political bands which connected them with another. Number 2, and of course, back then it was the Whigs and the Tories, and in Yeshua's day it was the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Today's it's the Democrats and the Republicans. And number 2, to assume amongst the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and nature's God entitle us. And number 3, a decent respect for the opinions in mankind, that we should declare the causes which impel us to the separation. So all this is something to go along with impelling us to the separation. And because Article 6 of the 1787 Constitution reads as follows: all debts contracted and engagements entered into before the adoption of this Constitution shall be as valid against the United States or the United Nobility, because states meant nobility back then, under this Constitution as under the Confederation. So the Confederation is perpetual, is still in force. It just needs to be recognized that it can be gone back to. And I remind anybody who is a Christian that their ancestors, the Israelites, they stood at the base of Mount Sinai and engaged in a covenant with nature's God. So there is the Article 6 engagement. And with that covenant, what they had was certain stipulations of that contract, and that was recorded in Exodus 19:5 and 6. And now, if you diligently obey my voice, this is, the Elohim of Israel, Yahweh, and now, if you diligently obey my voice and shall guard my covenant, and of course that's the 10 Commandments, then you shall be my treasured possession above all the peoples, for the earth is mine, and you shall be to me a reign of priests and set-apart nation. Those are the words which you are to speak to the children of Israel, and we should be speaking to our children in order to make this happen. And I'm done. Sorry.
Can I say something? I'm a simple person, and she explains it very, very well. But I'm going to make it very easy. What she's saying to me right now, which I've known this, and that's why I know what I'm doing right now with this and what I'm sensing about this, is that your unalienable right is what supersedes the Creator. And what they had to do, that's why we have this fictional person, and they're using that to take away our unalienable rights as we consent, like even when we were born. They did that. But what I am doing right now is doing what she is saying. She is saying that the Creator, we made a covenant. And the Creator said, this land, if you follow my covenant, you are free. No one can control you. And what they're doing, they know this. What they're doing, they are having us to consent fraudulently and in our ignorance to do so. But what I am doing is showing them my rights and that I know it. However they handle it, because they haven't had anybody to really, but I don't know of anybody else, but we are not, as a group or as a certain amount of people have not go forth of doing this. But I am doing exactly. I'm not going to allow them to take away my rights, my unalienable rights that was given to me by the Creator. And in their Constitution, and when she's saying we and all this other stuff that she's saying is very much true, and even what I got in my paperwork. But if they're going to follow it, no. But when we become knowledgeable about this, and when people start doing it, they have no other choice, because they cannot do anything without our consent. So they use trickery and forgery to do so. So it's up to us to let them know, the game stopped here.
And Cynthia, I want to bring it one step further for you, okay? It's because you're talking about, we are his people, we are in his, we're dirt, right? We're dirt. We've seen dead bodies. Whatever was in there has returned to its domicile. It was only residing in here, our freehold, by legal definition, right?
Exactly.
When you stop and think of that, and so we are the real estate. And we are descendants of that real estate.
Exactly.
And so here's the problem, though. I mean, not the problem necessarily, but a good thing to approach to show the problem is that Bouvier's Law Dictionary, Bouvier's Law Dictionary, 1856. If you look under corporations, you will see that a sole corporation or a corporation sole can only deal in real estate. So that's why this we the people, someone's private trust, a corporation sole, there you go. So, I mean, that's another piece of the puzzle that I didn't think of until you mentioned what you did, and so now I think I said everything in my mind anyway. Maybe you have something to add to mine, which I'd appreciate too. So thank you.
Yes, and just like you said, we're not this body. That's what I was telling everybody. Even they use trickery, and I say this all the time because I'm into metaphysics a lot. They use trickery thinking, okay, I'm a black woman, you're a white woman, I'm just assuming, you're a white woman, and, no, we're not this body. And they say that all religion, even in the Bible, you're not the body, you're the soul within the body.
Correct.
This is just an avatar.
And not only that, Cynthia, I mean, anybody who's taken biology and done a study of, things like that, they know that we cannot be darker than our darkest, ancestors. So we're all one anyway, so it doesn't matter.
But and the whole thing is, when I look at it and I study metaphysics and I study different things, the suit is different. The suit is different, but what we are made of, the Creator went within itself to express itself.
Sure.
And the only thing exists is energy, feminine energy and masculine energy.
And, the thing is that we are at a course in human events. We're assuming amongst the powers of the earth a separate and equal station to which we're entitled. We don't need masks. What we do is need to be, to get that virus so that we can build up the antibodies to it and pass it on to the next generation through our breast milk, right?
Well, my understanding of this virus is just like a flu, which they make certain things in laboratories as well. To do what they're doing.
I know. It could be tainted. Yeah,
exactly. But then actually it's just a flu situation. But if we're nothing but energy, and that's why in metaphysics they tell you about raising your vibration. And so what the soul to me, from studying so much, is consciousness. We're nothing but consciousness. And consciousness is what is your thoughts. Absolutely. That's all you have is your memory. And your memory, what you say, that's why it's the power in thought, and it's collective thought. So we create, that's why they keep us in fear, and that's why they keep us fighting each other. That's why you see on Facebook and everything, it's nothing but bickering and bullcrap. Because we're in that energy. That's like we're walking dead. Because they know mind control. When you think of everything of this dominating control system, it's nothing about mind control. Because it's all about the mind. Because you're nothing but the energy, the consciousness of the Creator. The Creator went within itself to express itself. And the separation was feminine energy and masculine energy. And just like we go on, because they, in the Bible, Sodom and Gomorrah, that is so misleading.
Yes,
because, and when I was studying it, and I studied with a man that, I mean, very, very knowledgeable. I mean, he was like a computer. And when we were studying it, and I changed his mind about that, because I don't, when it's about separation, I try to look another way. Because when it's about separation, it's about the dominant and control forces trying to control us, because they know if we get together, they can't control us, because we are it. We are what makes these decisions. But just like, okay, what I'm saying here, Sodom and Gomorrah is even throwing out gays. You're not this body. And everything that exists is nothing but feminine and masculine energy. So when you see a gay person, is that person, if it's a gay male, is a feminine energy inside that suit. When you see a female, is a masculine energy inside that suit. We cannot create energy of the creator. A woman is only portal to bring in a feminine energy body suit, is to bring in souls, which is the essence of the creator, into this universe. And sometimes it's like things go on. When you see a gay person, it's only a feminine soul into that gay guy body in that avatar suit that we call male. But the oneness is the energy, the consciousness, the essence of the creator.
Ladies.
I yield. I can talk about this. Yes, okay, I yield. Thank you.
The metaphysical and spiritual discussions are of value, no doubt, but I think the purpose of our call here is to try to focus on the more tangible physical world, battlefield zone theater that our spiritual world is manifesting in the real world here. We got conflicts, and we got to stay focused on strategy for trying to save all righteous people from despotism and tyranny.
But yes, Charles, I understand what you're saying, but this is a spiritual warfare, and understanding all this is a whole combination of this dominant control. And when we put it as unity, as one, everything, because the law is very important, and they're using the law spiritually against us. Yeah. They know better to go against it. And it's all a big, it all complements each other.
Right. So, some among us are not ready for that spiritual discussion.
Yeah.
And they may have been coming to this conference with intent to learn about mechanical nuts and bolts, or how to take sovereignty back without getting into the spiritual realms, which might make them uncomfortable. And I prefer to keep the conversation focused in those more secular.
Thank you. Truly understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Comments, questions, anybody? Yes?
Yeah, this is Michael in Florida. I would just like to hear from some other people for a change. We've had just two people talking for over a half hour, and I would really like to hear from some other voices. You know, we've got to get busy about getting people involved. There are a variety of ways we can get people interested, and I really think that needs to be the focus, you know, of our efforts for the near future, anyways. I just don't see anything happening without us increasing our numbers. I just don't see it. And I think we need to be busy about finding ways to reach out and get persons involved. I yield.
Agreed. Michael, you're pointing us in a direction, but you're not taking any initial steps to propose how we might get additional people involved. Would you care to make some more specific propositions about how to accomplish that goal in alternative to, I think I did kind of try to focus on the jury verdict for the coronavirus issue, but apparently that's not an adequate focal point for your purposes. Is that correct?
Well, it's not my purposes, it's our purposes, and I've mentioned for 2 years on a variety of calls ways to get people involved, and we've succeeded at it here in our little region of the country in Southwest Florida. We have a number of groups and meetings that we've held with a variety of people, and we have county commission meetings where we show up, in numbers, and we're currently holding a weekly meeting, organizational meeting, roundtable brainstorming session, and you basically do it from your county commission building, and when they have their meetings, you go there and you network. You find out who the activists are. You find out who the active churches are in your area, and you just start making friends. You make contacts. You find groups that are being victimized by the government, and you leverage that, and you use it to get people involved. It's really not rocket science. Another opportunity is on Craigslist. They have under the community category, you can post under news, you can post under meetings, groups, activities. I mean, there's a variety of different ways, you can get your voice heard and get a message out there to start fishing for, people. Facebook, of course. I think it would be very wise if we were to create a Facebook as a group, a Facebook, group. I just know that this effort must grow, and if it does not grow, it will not succeed. It's just that simple.
I hadn't thought about creating a Facebook group before. That does sound like an opportunity that would be good to explore. But you're highlighting the progress that you're making there in your own local few counties in Southwest Florida. That seems to me to be a step away from where we need to be. I think we need to be talking about taking the power away from the de factos, especially in certain cases, like the case that Cynthia's got here, or other cases. There's all kinds of cases happening all the time in all of the counties across the USA, well, pretty much, and they are, like I've mentioned before, they are constantly aggressing against us under color of law, legal fiction authority, and our proper lawful position, our most powerful position, is to judicially confront them for their lawless criminal acts of aggression. See, if we're just, it's real, and I see this in probably 95% of the other groups out in this general patriot arena that host conferences and things. They're talking about rearranging the chairs on the Titanic, like I've said before. It's just the Roman Empire model of slave trader government, just rearranged a little bit different. It's a new and improved version of slave trader Roman Empire government. To my mind, that's a big waste of time and energy. I don't want to just rearrange the chairs on the Titanic before we go down. I don't want to just do a different kind of Roman slave trader government. I want the real, serious government. And the only way to do that, I do believe, is by focusing on real cases with real people where people are having their houses taken or other issues of real judicial concern, like what we're doing with the coronavirus verdict. And yeah, so I think I made my point there. I'd like to yield and see if you've got comments or questions or anybody else.
Yeah, so what are we going to do? We're going to have 12 people, and we're going to hold a court, and we're going to proclaim to be a court, and we're going to hold a jury, and we're going to determine that the coronavirus is a scam, that it's a conspiracy. I'm in agreement with you. I have no disagreement with what you just said. Once we render a verdict, then what?
Well, the jury will decide then what, because the jury is at that point vested in the project.
I agree. The jury decides. The jury decides that the culprits need to be identified. They need to be imprisoned. Then what?
Then the jury decides what's next. The moving parties, Abraham Duran, and anybody that shows up in defense of the de factos.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to prove here is without people, without numbers, we're not going to enforce any verdict.
We're the only solution to tyranny and despotism available to our American people.
Not without numbers, we're not. We're wishful thinkers.
Who else could possibly mount a lawful resistance to the evil empire agenda that's coming at us here, Michael?
I'm sorry, you broke up on my end. What did you say, Charles?
Who else besides this group here could possibly mount lawful resistance to the evil agenda that's coming against us?
I could think of several groups that we could glean from.
That's not.
Okay, you said who else could, state it again, who else could launch lawful resistance?
Well, mount lawful resistance to the agenda of tyranny and slavery, yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, but unless we increase our numbers, we can't enforce nothing.
Right. But I think the first step in forming our numbers is to assemble a jury.
I agree.
I think that's a step in the right direction, but just having 12 people isn't going to serve the purpose. Isn't going to complete the task.
It'll complete the requirements of the Seventh Amendment. It'll put us in a higher level of jurisdictional law.
Well,
actually, from us doing this, I feel that it would bring about other people as well, because they also have that same issue. And like I say, they're planning on doing something with this corona situation. And you have to start somewhere. And what Charles is presenting is a start to go forward to get to that goal where we're trying to go.
Yeah, I understand that.
So by doing that, we hope that we'll have other people to stand with us in this situation, because it's not just our problem, it's a global problem. And nobody wants their kids to be vaccinated or taking this poison. So therefore, and there's a lot of people on YouTube talking about this. We just have to be widespread. And then this can go viral if we stand up. Somebody got to take a stand for something, and we got to go forward. We're talking about it, so let's do it. We know what it details and stuff like that, and we know our outcome. Yes, we want them to be put in jail, and we want to let them know if we do not consent to this vaccination, we should not be able to be forced. And we're going to stand up for our rights. That's what we want. I yield.
Thank you. Go ahead, Michael.
This is Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Way long time ago in the conversation, when you bring up this word that is actually two words, come on. Unalienable, because unalienable is spelled the same way. Whenever I use, refer to that, I put a / undeniable. Because if they're not undeniable, they're deniable, and they're meaningless anyway. And a lot of people have that utilize the unalienable have no idea really what it means. Because for one thing, like I think Nikki was saying, on one hand it means to not be made foreign, unalienable, and unalienable is to not be able to put a tax on it. So that's just something I wanted to mention quite a long time ago. Another thing, I don't mean to get biblical on people. I'm just saying this is something that, what Mike is pointing out, you need numbers, but wherever it says, my people are lost due to ignorance. And that means due to lack of knowledge, not due to lack of numbers. So you could accomplish, depending on your strategy, the more effective your strategy, the fewer numbers you need. Another thing that Dave and the Thumb, I got in. I swear I'm being targeted with 5G. When it comes to trying to influence the psychological programming of humans, of our neighbors and things like that, if you're Charlotte Iserbyt wrote a book, and from my understanding, she was like the second, like whoever Ronald Reagan's education.
She was the assistant secretary to the Department of Education under Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, so she was next in line under the person that she worked for. That then were, in other words, next in line to whomever was the educational secretary, who now I can't remember what her name is, but she's out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. She put her information, and there's a guy by the name of John Taylor Gatto, G as in go, A-T-T-O, and I tend to agree with Dave that it's possible Gatto got a lot of his information from this Charlotte Iserbyt, but his book is called, what is it? Any rate, Charlotte Iserbyt's book is called Deliberate Dumbing Down of America. And this is 12 years minimum of a kind of an MK Ultra. I may not know what I'm talking about is a mental conditioning. And from what I gather, the most important condition, purposeful conditioning of this 12 years of indoctrination is to accept authority without question.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. John Gatto's book is called The Underground History of American Education. And both of these people document, I can't remember, who it was that began the reason for implementing this compulsory, competitive, institutionalized indoctrination. And it was, to summarize it the best I can, it was to condition the masses to work for the wealthy.
Mm-hmm.
And not be daydreaming all the time about what it'd be like to be an Indian,
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't that Dewey?
Pardon?
Dewey. D-E-W-E-Y, Dewey, back in the 40s? Never mind.
I'm not understanding what. I don't know. But it's my understanding that Ben Franklin, this is how far back this caste system, that's something that I got from John Gatto's book, was that it originated in India and was perpetrated around the world, through the Prussian system. And what it does is it establishes a kind of a caste system.
Betsy DeVos.
What?
Betsy DeVos.
DeVos, yeah, that's his education. Yeah. And I got one more. For some reason, I can hardly remember my name anymore, but I can remember this. The last paragraph of John Holt's book, Instead of Education, and there were quite a few of them out, all of the, I would say, because every Montessori school that I went into, which was at one time I was checking it out, and so here in the Cincinnati area, there's, I think I went into 5 of them, Montessori schools, and every one of them had this book in their library. It's called Instead of Education, and you can get them on, used ones for, the cost of shipping just about it, or you could at least at one time. The last paragraph to summarize what he was saying throughout the book was, meanwhile, compulsory learning, compulsory education is a tyranny and a crime against the human mind. Let all that escape it who can, any way they can. That's a serious statement there, boy.
Yeah.
That's like if you have to commit suicide, you'd be better off,
Maybe.
Any way you can is any way you can.
That's like chewing off your leg to get out of that trap.
Yeah. So that's right. That's what made me, caused me to get on to say may I on the call. Whoops, wait a minute. Was that could be a method of getting people to come to, let's just call it our group, okay, because there's more and more people looking into alternative education to the point of homeschooling and things like that. We were talking about how to get some attention, bring some interest to what we're trying to do, and that could be. I hope I'm making sense there to have like to reach out to people that are interested in learning more about why schooling isn't all it's cracked up to be. Although they're making a big deal out of it now with this coronavirus and wear your mask. I hope I made sense there.
Yeah. Could I say something? This is Cynthia.
Yeah, I yield. Sure, go ahead.
The school system, like I say, is a combination of everything of this dominant control system. The school system was actually set up so they can control your kids, because you have to write in consent. So now you're giving them consent to be in control of your kids. And it wasn't about a learning program, like you said, to dumb you down. And they're in control, you're giving them consent. That's why they can come in your home and do all different types of stuff. These papers that when we sign things away, we don't know that we're signing away a lot more than we are being told, which is everything is fraud. And like the Bible says, 2 or more gathers together, I will hear your cry. That's the creator, the universe, will hear our cry. And one thing they did a study on, I don't know if you have heard of the monkey effect.
If I may, Cynthia, before you go too much farther, I have to correct you. You said that's why they can come in your home and do all this stuff. Guess what? They can't come in your home. They've got us tricked to make us believe they can come in our home, but they have no authority in your home. Thank you. I yield.
Yeah, they shouldn't do a lot of things, but we're consenting as if they're like Nikki and I were talking about. We're consenting to be, and they're assuming that you're this dead corpse, because they cannot do nothing to the natural man. And we stand up and we say, and we give them back their laws that say, because when they write something, they also have to counteract on that writing of their situation, and we do, and but we're not aware of it, and they in the Constitution as well, and we're standing up now for that Constitution protection of unalienable rights. And like I was saying about the monkey effect, what they know is everything is consciousness, and we have to consent because we are individuals of the essence of the Creator. And they cannot go over that. So they use trickery and fraud so that we will consent unknowingly to the situation. And everything he was saying about the mind control situation is what they know about the mind, and they've studied it so much because they know that's who we are. Is the monkey effect. And that shows the connection, the oneness that's always been told about in the Bible. And when two or more gathers in metaphysics, and when two or more gathers together, the universe will hear your cry. And by their saying that is because the monkey effect, and to show our connection, when we start doing this and put forth what it's really saying is when we start doing this together and put forth our efforts, a lot of people would also come. Doors will be open, and you'll see how amazing it is, because we have a cry out to the universe about this globally, and this corona effect is showing that, and they know that. And like Nikki was saying about it, they put in for this time because they know the truth of the situation. We're just asleep. That's why they say we're not awakened. We're not aware. A lot of us are not aware of the situation. But the monkey effect have been proven. Somebody they showed that these monkeys did something in the water. One of the examples was when this monkey did something in the water over in another country, and then they noticed that it took effect over in other places because that's the connection, the oneness. We are connected to everything. So that's what it means when you start moving and go for what you want, then doors will open. That's what it means. When we take this forward and do what we need to do, and that's the example of the Bible situation. If we take this example and do what we have to do, doors will become open because the universe hears us, and our connection, others that in this need would also hear us, and we will be connected as well. But then there was good points about getting involved in different groups and stuff like that, and let them know what we're doing and what they're doing, and see if we can come together as well. But as we start opening doors and go forward, amazing things will happen.
Ma'am, go ahead. Who's that? Name?
This is Cynthia in Florida. A
yes.
couple of things. The first thing we have to remember is when two or more come together in my name. Okay, I've been on a lot of these different calls and stuff, and they may pray at the beginning, but that's the extent of his name. They want to take over, and they want to try and discuss all these things without the name of Christ and his laws and his ways and his declarations. The other thing is, did I hear you correctly in saying, like, this is why our schools were developed? Are you talking about from the origin of the school system, of the schools themselves, or the public school system?
That was a question addressed to me, right?
Yes.
Yes. I'm talking about the public system.
Okay. All right, because that's two different things.
Yes. Yes. For our understanding, we think it was because it educated our kids and making them to have a better future. That's the fraud. But it's the system to have control to know, because the future, the younger generation is our future. So if they teach them nothing and numb them down and dumb them down, they're like that movie, The Walking Dead.
I understand that. That. My question was, though,
is the system,
because the schools themselves were established to teach our children how to read the Bible.
Yes.
And the church is a huge part of the problem today because they've been selling out to Caesar on everything. So that's why when two or more gathered in his name, the church isn't doing anything to take America back or to maintain her as the land of the free. And a lot of the problems we face today is because the church just idly stands by and waits for God to come, and that's not what he told us to do.
Actually, the churches now has, just like the school system once was for the learning of the kids, but the system now, the churches are in the system. They only do programs and everything else for that 501c. The school is in the system. It's fraudulent as well.
May I?
Name and state.
Santa Claus, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yeah.
I think if you were to read Charlotte Yeserbeet's book, Deliberate Dumbing Down, you would find it goes far back further than what you're talking about here. I just realized that I was going to say something about Ben Franklin and then got somewhere else. Supposedly, Ben Franklin said that if you do this, and that he was talking about, they were talking about implementing this compulsory, sending all of the kids to this one, schooling, okay? He supposedly said, if you do this, there'll come a time when you'll need armed guards in your, in other words, if you force people to force Italians to associate with Irish and whatever. I'm just trying to imagine what made him think that, and I can see it. If you force them to congregate in one place, they'll still break off into gangs, what would eventually end up as gangs, Irish gangs, Italian gangs, And I would think that Grandma and Grandpa would be the ones that taught you how to read the Bible.
Well, if I might jump in there.
Can I one more thing?
Sure, Santa Claus.
Was it Elizabeth or whatever? I'm telling you, imagine if the thing said, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and whatever with certain undeniable rights. Imagine if that's the word they used instead of some vague word like unalienable. I know but just imagine that. There'd be no ambiguity about whether your rights were in any way supposed to be legitimately finagled with. Undeniable. And I would like to say, Elizabeth, when you just throw it in there the next time you use the word unalienable or unalienable, whichever you, okay, and just voice, say out loud, undeniable, and see if it doesn't bring a kind of a strength to your consciousness that unalienable doesn't. In my opinion, I just find the word unalienable. Like I say, it's actually two words. I yield.
Well, if I might just briefly respond, I find the word unalienable to be the most powerful translation of that phrase, because that means it can't be alienated from the individual man or woman. And whereas unalienable sounds like commercial stuff, liens, and I forget what the other one is, but
undeniable.
Undeniable. Well, yeah. Well, maybe nobody's denying your right to physically, not verbally. They may not be verbally denying your right, while at the same time they're beating you over the head with a club that is, by their actions, denying their right, even though technically it's not a verbal denial. So I find the problem, the word undeniable, that sounds like it's just in the realm of communication, Whether or not you admit or deny things, that's just talking back and forth. If a guy's beating you over the head with a club, that's out of the realm of whether or not things are being denied or undenied. Anyway, I yield. Go ahead, ma'am.
This is Nikki in Pennsylvania, and I'd like to just bring into the conversation that in the constitutions, the state constitutions, often is used the word indefeasible rights. Okay?
What's that supposed to mean, Nikki? You drop these bombshells on us without explaining what the heck indefeasible, what in God's name is that supposed to mean?
Indefeasible is the same thing you said, except a different way of putting it.
It sounds like it's undefeatable.
No. Okay, indefeasible. Just hang on a minute, and I will read the definition to you.
Let's not go down that rabbit hole. Michael is concerned about us doing something tangible to build our members, and I think esoteric discussions, we already have 3 terms that are ambiguous, and now we're throwing a 4th term, ambiguous. We can only chase these rabbit holes so far, sister.
Anyway, is that which cannot be defeated, revoked, or made void. The term is usually applied to an estate or right that cannot be defeated. And it's everything we were talking about tonight.
Okay, well, there's 100 different ways to affirm something to be solidly affirmed to us. And if we all just agree that our rights are permanent and they can't be messed with, then it doesn't matter what kind of nice pretty word we attach to it, because we know on the substance we agree. We're not entangled in semantical arguments that can consume hours of conversation.
But Charles, don't get me wrong. I mean, this is a way to transition back to the constitutions that the states have for us to do what it is that we want to do. So with that, I yield. Thank you. I'm sorry.
May I?
Yeah, name and state, ma'am.
This is Cynthia in Florida again. Unalienable. This is the most powerful, and I believe it's why our founders used it. And who are we to question them that established the Constitution by which we are in all of this conversation about? Not transferable to another, or not capable of being taken away or denied. And that is because no man can take what God granteth. Okay, I yield.
Thank you. I think we're all in agreement. Yes, we don't need to get caught up in semantical difficulties. I do like the phrase unalienable, and that one's good enough for me. But whatever, as long as we all agree in substance, and I think we all do here, so maybe we can go ahead and move on to other more pressing issues. Anybody comments, questions at this point?
May I?
Name and state.
Santa Claus again. Okay, This is the last I have to say on this. Let's say for some reason you've just gotten into a conversation about rights and, with some 14, 15, 16-year-old people. They'll recognize undeniable before they recognize unalienable.
Maybe.
That's it. Oh, my goodness. They've never heard of unalienable. But, okay, I yield.
If I may.
Yeah, and I've made this argument before. I don't think it's healthy to try to appeal to our lowest common denominator. I think we need to be appealing to the people that have done their homework. The old Anglo-Saxon pure common law General Assembly was called the Witan Gemot. Gemot means assembly. Witan means wise men. It was the assembly of the wise men, the assembly of the wise people. And they weren't appealing to the lowest common denominator. The lowest common denominator, the 16 to 17-year-olds, they know that they're young and they're new. And that's why they instinctively look to the more mature people for guidance and direction. And because they know that they don't have all the answers. And inherently. And so when we, the the people from all across the United States of America that are assembling together to try to intellectually dissect and engineer an optimal plan to save our country from tyranny and despotism. This is the group right here, I do believe. And when we come together and try to engineer manners of procedure that other intelligent people can comprehend, then we disseminate it amongst those other intelligent people all across the United States of America, then in those local communities, the other intelligent people that comprehend what they're saying, they can take it to the 16, 17-year-olds and other lower common denominator ignorant people and explain it to them in details. But if we are wasting our time trying to communicate with the lowest common denominator, then that's the kind of work product that we're going to be producing. We're going to be producing low common denominator law work. So I don't mean to pick on you there, Santa Claus, but I see difficulties with the manner in which you're focusing there. I yield. Anybody?
Yeah, if I may, Dave in the thumb. I think back, and when the Constitution was written, most people knew what unalienable meant, and now they've written the newspapers on a sixth grade level because that's what the deliberate dumbing down of America has produced. Sixth graders out of college. So everything has to be written on a sixth grade level. So, things are different today than they were back then. And, that's why they had to deliberately dumb us down. So I yield.
All right.
May I?
Yeah, name and state.
Santa Claus, Cincinnati. Yeah. I'd like to say also that both John Gatto's book, The Underground History of American Education, and Charlotte Iserbyt's book, Deliberate Dumbing Down of America, are online in PDF. You can print them out if you want to. So what I do is I suggest that if you go to Charlotte Iserbyt's PDF page and read the foreword, and then go to the first chapter and read the first couple of paragraphs, and then the second chapter. The fifth chapter is the first two paragraphs are very informative. All I'm trying to get at is you'll quickly recognize whether you think this book has any real substantive information in it, and it does. The same with John Gatto's book, but.
And they're free. They're both free PDFs.
Right. It's just hard to imagine that the what did you say she was, Dave? Second.
The Assistant Secretary to the Department of Education.
Right. Writes a book called Deliberate Dumbing Down of America, and it doesn't.
It's a textbook.
Well, and it doesn't get any play, I mean, God.
If I might, gentlemen, I think we're getting entangled in discussing the problem, and I think I recognize John Taylor Gatto's name and the Dumbing Down of America. I know those are meritorious works. I know they accurately criticize the corruption of the present public school education system. That's all wrapped up in a nice, neat box for me, and it's on the back burner there for if and when we need to have that discussion. But I think it's technically off point to spend excessive time and energy dwelling on that issue when we're trying to engineer process for organizing our people into a competent resistance to the evil empire agenda that's coming at us here.
May I?
Name and state, please.
Okay, Santa Claus again. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. I don't mean to belabor the point, but that's one of the thing that will hinder your attempt, let's say our attempt to communicate with the people out here, is that the fact that they've been made that subconsciously they're not interested.
I think we're already aware of those problems here, Santa Claus.
Okay, I won't bring it up again.
Well, maybe I'm wrong, but I believe we're already aware, and I think we're quite aware. That's why Michael is talking about we need to build the numbers, is because we're already talking about these things and we don't have the numbers precisely because they're dumbed down like what you said. We already know that. We need to figure out ways to work around that problem rather than continuing to discuss the problem. I do believe.
If I may.
Michael.
Michael in Florida, this is exactly why we need to use the crime of COVID as a triggering mechanism, the crime of 9/11 as a triggering mechanism, the crime of censorship on a mass scale like we've never seen before being committed by these big tech corporations, Facebook, Twitter, Google, YouTube. They're censoring people by the hundreds of thousands. These crimes are affecting people all across this country. They're currently affecting us, they have affected us, and they will continue to affect us. Everything that is going on right now, in some way or another, is related to the crime of 9/11. We've spent $6.5 trillion on endless wars that were based on a lie. And it hasn't seen justice yet. Once people find this out, they're going to be mad as hornets, and they're going to want remedy, resolve, and prosecution and justice. The same with COVID. The same with the free speech violations. If Trump loses this election by fraud, that's the only way he's going to lose it. The people are going to be really pissed off. And they can directly blame the censorship and the media manipulation and the fraudulent computer system that manipulated the vote count. But we're going to be ripe for several triggers that we could use to pull to get people active. The stupid sheeple people that we're talking about, they're not academically inclined. They have been dumbed down, just as the several books that have been noted have proven. And they are great works, and they're worthy of reading. Meritorious, as Charles put it. But these are symptoms. We need to figure out a way to get solutions engaged, triggered, catalyzed. And when you've got a bunch of dumb people that are apathetic, focused on mundane, trivial issues, such as the football game, who won, who lost, why they lost, how fast the baseball was thrown, did it cross the plate straight, did it go at an angle, you know what I'm talking about. These are the people we need to reach, and we're not going to reach them with civics English. Most of them didn't attend that class in high school because it was boring and they had no interest. But they will get involved if they find out 3,000 of our people were murdered and that the country was shut down because of a flu that was exaggerated and made to look like a pandemic. Then they'll get pissed. Then they'll get involved. I yield.
Thank you, Michael. Comments, questions from anybody?
This is Cynthia. I totally agree because that's what's taking place now. And the common people that is not aware is becoming aware. And a lot of things are going to be shown, like the, what was his name? He had his own island. That's going to be one of the big things, to know that they're murdering people for other situations. And yes. So we're going to become aware because it's time for us. And some of us not going to believe it, but a lot of us. It's really tragic that what we're, even on this call right now, don't recognize that's what's going on. And it's more than just why they're doing this. It's a lot more just taking away your lawful rights of going with this foreclosure. It's about controlling the soul. And this world is not totally what we looked at it as. You're a human being and everything else too. So a lot of things are going to be shown because Epstein has proven on his island that they were eating people, and they take off. And some people that have to walk these things that walk on two legs do a lot of things that people wouldn't, a truly soul of God wouldn't even believe is going on. So yes, being aware, and we're going to be very pissed, not just for the sewer system of numbing us down, but how they use us as cattle and food and everything else. I don't want to get too much into this. You have to do your own research about that. But we're going to be very shocked. And I know exactly what took place with Robert in the hospital. He had O negative blood, and it's very well known. It's universal. And what they did, they would not allow me to do anything. It was like being in the twilight zone because they wanted his organs, and they constantly were taking blood from him. Constantly. I couldn't stop it. They wanted to do surgery. Didn't even give me reason why. Taking away my rights to find out what was really going on with him. But I knew about some of those situations, but I didn't protect myself under the fraud law that gives the doctors all this rights because Robert couldn't speak. They had him on a ventilator. So they say it's best of his health, and I could not stop that. The doctors knew best. But this world is not what we think it is. And we're not here alone. Like I think Bush said something, what if we know that aliens were among us? I just used that word alien in a sense we were talking about. What if we had known that? I yield.
Thank you, Cynthia. We're covering a lot of bases here. It is good to stay focused on the issues of organizing to save our country from the tyranny and despotism, as Michael is so well relentlessly pointing us out and bringing us back around to that central issue. Thank you, Michael. I would like at this point I think this is a good segue. I do believe it's related to our current discussion. Agenda item 6 in the email invitation here is referencing the main constructive notice of treason document that's probably the main document that I advocate sending to corrupted government officials or people in positions of power at all levels. We don't even have to judge whether or not they are corrupted, but I'm fond of the phrase "exhausting the pathway of peace," and when we present documents, constructive notice documents, to people in positions of power, that and those documents explain in common language that an average fifth grader can comprehend that we've got problems and we've got solutions. When we present those documents officially, formally to people, and we've got more than one witnesses affirming that those documents have been delivered to those people, there's numbers of ways of doing that, then when those government officials or their agents move against us, then we have the right to resist with force, and that's our only moral and legal high ground, is if we're the victim, us and our people are the victim, and when there's criminals among us doing crimes, like possibly the unlawful eviction of Cynthia that's coming up against her maybe here, but if and when that happens, that's a crime. And there's all kinds of crimes being committed against our people, and this is why we need to engineer the theater. It's useful to think of this battleground, this spiritual war zone, as a theater, a military. That's a military term as well as entertainment. The theater, and we need to position ourselves. It's similar like a chessboard. I've described before about how if we could engineer a new computer game that's got like a Mason black and white floor of checker squares. Who's interrupting me, please? Name and state.
I apologize. I was unmuted accidentally. I apologize. But when you're done, I'll make a point.
Okay. I think I forgot my train of thought. Michael, can you go ahead and make your point there? Maybe I can recover after you say what you want to say.
Yeah, well, you were in the right direction. You were, proclaiming. You were comparing our situation to a theater, a military theater of warfare, nonviolent, of course. We're not violent people. We want to talk about nonviolent remedy. But I like to compare our theater that we're in America. I kind of see the American people as like a nursery. We're like the American nursery, or a romper room. Does anybody remember the romper room show when we were kids? Back in the 60s, if you were a little kid, you'd turn on Romper Room, and it was a room full of kids playing extremely well. They were very active in their playtime, but they were all very busy about playing. And I see America, our battlefield, like a fair. We're like a carnival or a sideshow attraction. That's what we need to have the attention of the fairgoers, and we need to have an attraction that they will pay attention to, because they're not there for any virtuous reason. They're there to have fun and to play, and that's pretty much the way it is today in America. So we need to be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove, and come up with an attraction that will get the fairgoers to stop at our booth or to visit our freak show. That's what we need. We need a freak show. We need a gorilla lady that grows hair and breaks out of her cage and chases after the fairgoers. Or we need a three-headed man that sits there and lets everybody look at him. Then we'll get people involved. But we've got to be attractive. People they must want to see what we have and hear what we say. And since they're not wise and they're not learned, they're not intelligent, we must, prey upon what they do have. I mean, it's a sad indictment that we must strategize this way, but that's why I think we need to focus on the most recent and the biggest crimes that have affected the most people across the political spectrum. We need to find a transpartisan issue or issues that can attract people and get them involved in the new sport in America. And it's not football, basketball, baseball, or the NFL or golf, but it's a sport that is going to be used to keep ourselves free. And that sport will involve hunting for the truth, projecting the truth, protecting the truth. Instead of a ball, it needs to be, a concept of truth that we all fight for and block for and throw for. I don't know how we do that yet, but I think this is the right direction we need to pursue, because we're dealing with a bunch of dummies.
Can I jump in, Mike?
And lazy people. Absolutely. I yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for expressing your ideas about how to most constructively focus here. Let me take a new track here that I haven't done before, at least not emphatically, and that is a focus on the Jesuits of the Roman Catholic Church. See, as in the constructive notice of treason document that I've constructed, our problems, all of our problems, are coming in through the Roman Empire model of government. And I know at the grassroots level there's a lot of good Catholics and maybe even some good Jesuits. The agenda of Roman Empire law, Roman municipal law, slave traders law is what it is. That's coming at us, and there's a significant overlap between the political advocates of the municipal model of governing and changing our constitutional common law sheriffs over into municipal agents of the banking system. That's all happening through an assembly of people that are following a municipal, top-down authoritarian model of government agenda. And thereunder, we've been frequently dancing on the fringes of discussion of metaphysics and spirituality, and I've been kind of anal about trying to keep it on the tangible, real-world level and not getting off into the spirituality sometimes. But we need focal points, and focal points, I'm proposing that if we study the municipal, the agenda of the Jesuits, if we can promote a little bit of conspiracy theory research here, if we might get out on controversial ground and terminologies, conspiracy theory, Jesuit focus of the Roman Catholic Church. I think I really enjoy a YouTube video author named Johnny Carucci, Cirucci. You can look him up. They produce phone conferences, 2 hours each, probably 3 times a week, with excellent in-depth research of how the Jesuits and the Roman Catholics generally are in key positions of power all across the USA, high levels of government. Mr. Trump has at least arm's length entanglements with him, and so does Biden, and almost some are worse than others. Anthony Fauci, they say he's been double dipped at Jesuit education institutions. What we're looking at here is a spiritual agenda of tyranny and despotism, because this is why Fox's Book of Martyrs details a long list of early Protestant martyrs that were murdered by the Roman Catholics and the Jesuits and things like that, and so I take your suggestion, Michael, about using game theory to kind of have a new game. I think that the nature of the spiritual battle that's unfolding before us is more than a game. I don't think proposing strategy that is modeled on entertaining a hairy gorilla woman, or to my mind, there may be useful reference for a computer simulation game, but it's just to keep track. It's like an intelligence, a central intelligence agency of our own that is mapping the moving pieces on the chessboard in the battle. And it's not a game, because people's lives are being destroyed, but the ability to keep track of the positions of the players and how they're moving would be greatly enhanced if we had a computer model that we could all check in and look at the web page and see what our collective central intelligence agency, like what we've got here, kind of is showing who the significant players are: Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, and the others. And so I guess there may be some use for the terminology game theory, but I'm apprehensive that it's much more real than that, and it's liable to get bloody before it's over. The ability to avoid violence, our people are certainly 100% nonviolent, but when the devil worshippers, especially, I dare say, the Jesuits, when they scheme, and Masonry is a problem too. I think Carucci would argue that the Jesuits control Masonry, and others have said things like that too, but Masonry is definitely a problem too. I don't want to go on that rabbit hole too far. Pharisee Jews, they're all controlled by the Jesuits, I do believe. But the tangible real world of nonviolence versus violence, they're the aggressors. They're the ones that are constantly going in our game model with the Masonic floorboard, checker squares, and the chess pieces on the different chairs on the computer model theater that we're talking about here. They're aggressing against us. Our pieces are fairly static, fairly peaceable. We can kind of try to be contented slaves here and get along, but there's no more wiggle room on the chessboard because they're locking it all down. They're cutting off our options, and especially with this coronavirus thing, they're cutting them off even more seriously. They're scheming for even more dominance over what few liberties we've got left in America here. They're scheming to control the whole chessboard, and they can only do that by lawless acts of aggression. And so we need to position ourselves in the places that we've got and try to expand in the positions that we've got in this computer chessboard theater. We need to position ourselves optimally and logically for the most powerful legal standing, the most powerful lawful positioning that we've got on the chessboard. And then a trigger, so to speak, metaphorically speaking, is placed into our hand. I believe you've used that term before, Michael, trigger. I'm using it in a different sense than I think you were doing. But at our local level, our town constables should have effective triggers in their hands. They should have, basically counting themselves, they should have a 10-man SWAT team, and they should be able to go in with assault rifles and use whatever force is necessary to neutralize any municipal Roman Empire evil agenda schemers that are scheming against our unalienable rights. This is how I visualize the cosmic chessboard computer game simulation unfolding. And it's way more than a game, because the devil-worshipping and aggressors, they are not going to let up. They are not going to let up until blood is shed. And they're scheming to shed our blood. And the only way we're going to stop them, well, I shouldn't say that. Very likely, the only way we're going to stop them is by shedding some of their blood. And our agenda is to minimize any possibility of actually shedding any of their blood. But when they've been lawfully convicted of crimes, we need to have the resources available to remove them from society with whatever force is necessary, because a crime against one is a crime against all. And they can no longer be allowed to roam freely in society when they're criminals. And so, and that's going to require force. And if they resist lawful arrests, then our peace officers, our town constables, and their deputy constables need to be authorized to use whatever force is necessary. And lawful force is legally, lawfully defined differently than violence. Violence is always unlawful use of force. We never use violence, okay? But it can come to bloodshed, because in executing lawful arrest warrants, if there's resistance, if the guy pulls out a gun, starts blasting at us, we have the right to take that criminal into custody with whatever force is necessary, including deadly force, if that might be the only reasonable way to return the society to peace, to keep the peace in the community, as is the priority duty of the town constables. So I should probably yield and maybe get some comments or constructive criticism on that. I yield. Michael? Anybody?
I'd like to comment on the Dave and the Thumb on the Jesuits. Charles, are you familiar with the Jesuit code of gematria or gematria?
I know what gematria is about. I'm not sure. That's the exclusive domain of Jesuits. I believe Pharisee Jews use that, and probably Masonry also. But go ahead, Dave.
So, pretty much everything is done, politically, and the way they control, the masses is with entertainment, right? Sports and movies and music and all of that stuff is by the gematria code. And, all these politicians, these actors, these musicians, these athletes, it's all by the numbers. And there's a guy that's figured out the code, and he puts it out there. He's on his 20th or so YouTube channel. It's just called Gematria Effect News. That's the current one. GematriaEffect.news is a website. And if anybody's interested in learning more about it, Event 201 is 21, 201. That's the Jesuit number, and they've got codes that they use, and there's different ways to cipher and add up, names, or, A equals 1, B equals 2 is one, the most generic form, but they have other ciphers, and I don't know them all, but, George Perry Floyd, he was what happened right after everybody started kind of losing interest in this COVID thing, and that happened right, and his name equals 201. The Jesuit Pope, his name equals 201, and he lives in Suite 201 in the Vatican. It's right in our face, people, and this kind of stuff has to be exposed. But what Michael was saying, I don't get out a lot. I don't see very well, and I'm pretty self-contained here. But I went out to the big city here recently, a few days ago, with my wife down to Costco. She needed an eye exam, and there was, I don't know if any folks have been in Costco. It's a pretty large store, acres and acres, and there had to be more than 1,000 people in that store. And at one time, I was the only one in the store, my wife included, not wearing a mask. Now they offered me a mask, and I walked in, and not seeing well, I don't really acknowledge people because I don't know if they're really talking to me or not. And then when he said it again, I just ignored him. Take a mask, please, he said. And I just kept walking, didn't say nothing. And we got over to the counter, and, my wife said she was there for her eye exam, and they said, well, we require a mask. And she said, well, I don't go for that. And I said, we're exempt. And she said, oh, well, the doctor, you're going to have to make a new appointment because the doctor is high risk. And my wife's like, well, what do you mean high risk? Am I going to get something from her? Oh, no, she could get something from you. Well, she's not going to get anything from us but, a thorough tongue lashing. But anyway, they wanted her to make a new appointment, and so we drove 40 miles, she wasn't going to turn around and come back another day, so she wore the mask. Anyway, I just was in shock that many. It's just like the 9/11 or the underwear bomber, the Christmas Day underwear bomber here in Michigan. That was a fraud, false flag. I haven't heard the numbers yet. Zach do the numbers, the guy who does this Gematria Effect News, but I'm sure he's got a decode for it. And the very next day they already had all these naked body scanners already made and ready to go, and nobody figured it out. I mean, I say nobody, obviously, some of us did, but most people look, and they lined up in the airports, and they're flying all over the place, taking their shoes off, and getting the naked body scans, and the radiation's flying through the airports. And, I know people that work on, these machines in hospitals and airports and stuff, and they refuse to fly now and go in an airport because the backlash is so deadly. These workers there, they're getting testicular cancer, ovarian cancer, because the radiation levels are so high. It's just incredible. And yet, it's been 19 years now since 9/11, and yet people are still going to the airport, taking their shoes off, and now they're taking their shoes off with masks on. So, we got a big job ahead of us, and I don't know how to come back from this. Obviously I'm here. I like what you're saying, Charles. We got a lot of work to do to have enough people to have the the staying power to turn this thing around. You know, I don't know where to go from here. I really don't. You know, after seeing that Costco, I thought there would be so many more people without masks on than besides me and my wife out of those, 1,000 or more people in that store. We got a big job ahead of us. Now, I don't know how to reach the people and wake them up to the tyranny that they're facing, or that they're living in, every day. So anyway, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I yield.
Thank you, Dave.
May I? I'd like to respond.
Go ahead,
Thank
Michael.
you, Charles. Yeah, Dave, Michael in Florida here. We go to Sam's Club, same situation. We're about the only ones that Cynthia and I, when we go in there, everyone else has masks on. They're full of fear, and it's just disgusting. They get in their cars and continue to wear their masks. We see it all the time. People driving down the road by themselves with their mask on. We are a nation of idiots, and that's putting it lightly. And Dave said it very well. We have a huge undertaking. We all know this, but he just kind of said it in a way that really resonates. And whatever it is we need to do, it needs to be done pretty quickly. We don't have time to linger. And to get the troops rallied and gathered and assembled, we're going to have to figure out a way to lure them, to provoke them, because stupid, ignorant, lazy people usually don't do what's necessary. They don't do what's virtuous. They don't do what's needed. They only do it because it has to be done, usually. So that's the situation we're in. We're not in the situation our founders were in 1775. We're far worse. They had intelligent, thinking, courageous people that were all on the same page when it came to faith, pretty much, for the most part. You had a few exceptions, but the vast majority of the people were steadfast believers in Christ. Today, you've got every religion under the sun in America. You've got division on every corner, in every church, in every person's mind. You have immediate division, opposition. Whenever you speak about anything, I don't care if you say the sky is blue, you're going to have 50 people saying it's green, it's hazel, it's olive. No, some will even say it's black. It's just like we are such a dysfunctional nation. And everybody knows what needs to happen. We need unity, we need numbers, and we need enforcement of the law. But we can't agree on how to do it. I think that's because there's a lot of agents out here that are occupying the minds and the time of the people to steer them in the wrong direction. Like Anna von Reitz, and we know the names. I don't want to go down the list, but I disagree with what Dave said. I thought it was very well said, and we're in trouble. It's just that simple. And if Trump gets elected, that's going to be a temporary reprieve, and we're most likely headed toward a massive, severe economic depression. I'm seeing more and more businesses shut down, major restaurants shutting down, closing forever. This can't just keep going on. And then what's going to happen when we're in economic chaos? They're going to have curfews. Our travel will be limited. Then we're going to be really screwed.
Well, if I might, Michael.
Yeah, I yield. Go ahead.
Thank you. When they're imposing curfews and other economic lockdowns, if we've got our judicial officers in place, our judicial officers can rescind those curfews. Our judicial officers can exercise eminent domain authority over Costco and order Costco to cease and desist requiring people to wear face masks in their store. And if they don't comply, we'll take over their store and we'll take the whole store under eminent domain. The judicial power that is decentralized right down to the precinct level and is available in vacant offices right now is massive amount of judicial power at our fingertips, and I know we don't got the enforcement yet. I know that. But throwing down the gauntlet doesn't take enforcement. Sending out constructive notice of treason documents don't take enforcement. And that's about 70% of the battle right there. We can get started on this confrontational pathway against the agents of evil right now with just a few of us. We don't need to wait around until we've got thousands of people behind us. I yield.
If I may.
Dave, yeah.
So, Dave again here. So, Costco and Walmart and Sam's Club, they're not forcing people to wear masks. This is fascism. What's going on? We have I've talked to business owners in my town. I live in a pretty small town, and I've talked to business owners, and I asked them, who notified you that you had to close or that COVID, any of this stuff was going on, and you had to require your employees or your patrons to wear masks? Not one of them got a letter or a visit from anyone telling them. They heard it on the news. So the governors, they haven't been, they're just making statements on TV, on television, telling these lies that they have these powers, these executive order powers. They're not even liable because they're not making these, they're not doing what we think they're doing. So they can't be sued. They know they have no authority. But the media is the one perpetrating this crime, and these corporations, these fascist corporations, are perpetrating it. They're the ones that, at first, just like the naked body scanners in the airports, bam, the next day we got, all the stores got masks and they got arrows on the floor and feet on the floor, and it's like, what the hell? You guys have been planning this for a long time. And,
that's right.
The mom and pop stores are the ones that are being threatened by the health department, and they're the mask Nazis. They're the ones that are telling you can't come in my store. They're fighting with people, yelling at them and harassing them, and security is dragging them out of the stores, telling them they can't come in the store. And we are a protected class. We got to tell these people, you can't. If I was sitting in a wheelchair, you could not tell me you can't serve me. And a mask. This situation is the exact same thing. The ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, prevents them from doing what they're doing, but yet they're doing it. And man, I'm telling you, this is how they're shutting down these mom and pops, because the people won't there's people that won't stand for that crap, and they can't survive without that business, especially in these smaller towns. I called our local Kroger here. My wife, when she shops without me, they harass her, and she won't wear a mask. And she was in line at Kroger, and they said, somebody told her, "Oh, you have to go in a different line because the cashier won't serve you if you're not wearing a mask." Well, I called them up and I talked to the manager, and she said, "That's not our policy. We are not." I said, "Are you aware of the CDC's website?" "Yes, I am." And she knew that the masks, she said it anyway. I don't know if she really did, but that 85% of all COVID cases are now being blamed on the masks, or at least they're attributing the masks to that. And, that's got over a 99% survival rate. And, but I gave her some, Plandemic, the movie, part 1 and part 2. She's going to watch it. She's going to watch, Soylent Green. Where in the opening scene, everyone's wearing a mask, and then that movie takes place in the year 2021. When did that movie come out? Sometime in the late 60s or early 70s. So they've been telling us for a long time, through movies, Gematria, how they're planning, what they're planning, and no, he's in his room, I think. Anyway, yeah, again, people, anyway, the Kroger lady, she talked to me for 25 minutes, and she was younger, had an MBA, and but she was very receptive. So, we can reach some. Now, is she going to turn around and quit her job because of information I've given her? Probably not, but I'm going to call her again and reach back out to her and see what she thought about what the information I gave her, and if she did any investigating. I think she will, and who knows? Maybe I can invite her to the assembly. Anyway, I yield. Thanks.
Thank you, Dave. Anybody else? Hear none. I would like to again reemphasize that the strategy that I advocate is massive decentralizing of the judicial power. The issues that Dave and Michael are talking about in local Costco or Sam's Clubs, those would be prime environments for somebody to step into the local vacant office of the Justice of the Peace of their local precinct jurisdiction. And I know Michael has raised the issue before about, well, we don't really know that the Justice of the Peace for the precinct jurisdiction really has that kind of power. Okay, I got it. But the nature of the discussion with the de factos here is that there's only so many squares on the chessboard, and when the very word jurisdiction is a compound word. Diction means talk, juris means jurisprudence, law. So when we, through our precinct level Justice of the Peace Judicial Officer office, we speak law for everybody in our precinct, because the office is vacant until there's other people competing with me taking this office. I'm the guy here. Anybody else? None of the de factos are going to do it because they don't even want to talk about common law precinct level jurisdiction. So it's basically a cakewalk. And the research has been done in the two main documents, the constructive notice of treason and the responsibly self-governing communities documents. When we send those out and we start exercising our precinct-level judicial office to bark orders, exercise jurisdiction at Costco stores or anybody else, then that's a game changer. I've spent decades researching these issues, and there's very, very, very little danger to us as individuals for speaking law, especially when we're doing it in a correct and justified and legitimate manner in the real best interests of the people. We're legitimately justified in how we're objecting to those masks and everything. When we're exercising that precinct-level judicial power in that manner, the creatures of darkness respond like rats. When you turn on the lights in a room and there's little crumbs on the floor and they're out there grabbing their crumbs in the dark, but when you turn on the light and you start talking about what's lawful and what people's duties and responsibilities to keep the peace is really all about, then all those municipal Roman Empire slave trading rats, they run and hide. They don't want to talk to you. And all of their municipal MK Ultra mind control slaves. Sorry, Michael, earlier you were talking about all the stupid people, and others were talking about, Dave, I think, and maybe Santa Claus, talking about the mountains of stupid people. Well, a big percentage of them are Roman Catholics, okay? Off the top. Half of those people you're concerned about, they're Roman Catholics. They already made their decision about what kind of religious, metaphysical, spiritual entanglements they're going to make. Those are not our target audience. Okay? Just walk past the Roman Catholics. Native Americans, Muslims, Jews. Roman Catholics are in a different category. Roman Catholics killed common law Protestants. Jews didn't do it. Roman Catholics did it. There's so much going on. The judicial power cuts through. It's a beacon of light. It's like one of those super powerful lights that sheds millions of candle power, like a spotlight for a lighthouse for ships or something. When you start exercising judicial power like this, you may get some feedback. You may get some negative responses, but they're all cheap shots. They're all easily counterable because we understand how common law works to preserve the peace and promote justice, and they're posturing like law is a real big complicated thing. Like you got to complete 4 years of law school before you can even comprehend what law is all about. Well, that's if you want to be a Roman Empire slave trader lawyer. But common law is based on real simple principles about keeping the peace and non-aggression. And so you don't need a college education. In fact, there's, in researching justice of the peace judicial officers, the case law, the studies indicate clearly that in early America, many of those justice of the peace judicial officers were barely high school educated. They were pretty much self-taught. They were common people. They were not bar association attorneys. They were not franchisees from the municipal form of government. All of that got worse after the Civil War. Before the Civil War, municipal war, war between the states, before that, there were lots of local justice of the peace judicial officers and town constables doing lots of low-level peacekeeping and adjudications and things like that. But the Masons and the Roman Catholics got together and conspired to engineer the municipal war, the war between the states, and thereunder emergencies were declared that have never been repealed. Okay, the constructive notice of treason document has a citations document in support of it, and the first quote section, a paragraph or so in there, quotes a U.S. Senate report that clearly says that freedoms and liberties guaranteed by the Constitution and procedures, like in due process, guaranteed by the Constitution, have been abridged by various declarations of emergency brought into effect since at least the Civil War. It's right there in black and white. They're not. They don't even pretend anymore to be governing. Well, they do pretend, but with a little bit of research, you can back them into a corner. They're not constitutional. In the name of God, their legislative assembly that supposedly passes laws, if you do the research on it, what they pass is not real laws. Real laws is due process of law. Real laws protects people's rights. They admit it. They admit it in their case law. I've got citations on it that they...
May I?
Michael, thank you for saving me from an endless tailspin. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Charles. I'm going to have to call it a night. It's been a good call, and I'm just kind of getting tired and going to have to retire. Yeah,
all right.
I didn't want to just hang up. I wanted to say, everybody on there, have a good night, and talk to you soon. Okay?
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome. Good night.
Good night, Mike.
Good night.
Yeah.
Hold on for a minute. Say it again, Charles.
I'm just kind of reorientating here. I guess the floor is kind of open. I think I made my last speech there. Comments, questions? Anybody? I only see our two Cynthias, both from South Carolina and Florida, are still with us, and Nikki's with us, and David the Thumb is still with us. And I've kind of ranted more than my fair share, I like to think. Maybe we should be thinking in terms of winding the discussion down here. Unless y'all, I'm open to hang around more if we've got more to discuss here, y'all. What do you think? Anybody?
Well, Charles, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'm going to say good night to everybody.
Thank you, Cynthia. Yeah, we'll talk tomorrow about the case more.
Okay. Sounds
Good night,
wonderful.
Cynthia.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you.
Right.
Nice meeting you too. Good night.
Right.
I got one more question, Charles. I heard you talking earlier.
Sure, Dave.
About the, I can't remember exactly what you called the instruments. I know you're using something like that for Cynthia's case. Are you getting anywhere with that yet?
Well, we've got a verbal affirmation from the banker's attorneys that they were not going to consider that as legitimate payment for paying the debt that they claim on the house.
Okay, so they did not accept it.
Well, that's what they've said verbally, at least thus far, yes.
Now, isn't there something that if you offer to pay in any form and they turn it down, that means the debt is void, null and void?
Yeah, that's the beauty of the Uniform Commercial Code. And I'm sure you know Hartford.
I do.
Does non-commercial code stuff. And I think the same principle is there in general commerce. But it's really helpful to have it firmly declared in sections of each state's Uniform Commercial Code. And it does say that when it's a legitimate negotiable instrument, and this is one of the tricks here, is it has to be presented by a holder in due course. You can't issue your own negotiable instrument and pay. It's got to be from somebody else so that you're a holder in due course. But then it's a legitimate commercial instrument being tendered in payment under the Uniform Commercial Code, and the Commercial Code clearly declares, this is the beautiful part, this is where the common law comes in, the Uniform Commercial Code clearly declares that if they refuse the payment, the debt is discharged, period. End of statute. Pretty much.
And so how do you enforce that?
There's nothing to enforce because there's no longer any debt. The next step in where the rubber meets the road is if a sheriff's deputy comes out and tries to kick you out of the house after you've paid it off, right? Right?
Right.
Okay. Well, see, that's where our enforcement issue happens. We're not enforcing the payment of the debt. What we're doing is we're defending against the criminal racketeering conspirators that are actively engaged in acts of war to convert the land to a Roman Empire slave traders jurisdiction. Something like that. Does that make sense, kind of?
It does.
Thank you. But no doubt, see, unless we can defend against lawless evictions, then we're hurting. We really need people like Michael. We're talking about incentivizing others to join the numbers, and I've got a few problems, as I think I expressed, with trying to appeal to the lowest common denominator and treating it all as a game type of thing. I'm thinking more in terms of we've got lawful control of the economy through the Uniform Commercial Code right there. We could displace the whole Federal Reserve banking system just on these essential elements of the Uniform Commercial Code that we've just discussed right here, Dave. But we've got the problem with the enforcement and the judicial power that we're not in positions of empowerment on the cosmic chessboard here yet. But for people that will throw in with us, for people that will sign the oath of office for qualified elector and constable peace officer for the township levels, and they will assist reasonably within their capabilities in enforcing, in keeping the peace in our local townships and precincts. Those people could be incentivized. Those people could be promised the equivalent of $1,000 a month or so in payroll if they'll just sign on and make themselves available as needed for keeping the peace within their township and be on call for general keeping the peace duties when the precinct captain, justice of the peace for the precinct, needs the help on a precinct-wide basis. That's the way I see things unfolding here. Is we really need to empower our town constables and our local justice of the peace judicial officers. The justice of the peace judicial officers have authority to command a 100-man army. In the Bible, it's referred to as a Roman centurion. A century is 100, and the town constable is like a sergeant in the military. Counting himself, he commands a 10-man army. And that's like 2 SWAT teams. A SWAT team is like a 5-man army. You've got 2 SWAT teams at your disposal. You're a town constable. You can pretty well keep the peace in your local community there. The police department, the average small town entire police department isn't over 10 men. So there's a lot of really big undercurrents, and if you can spend some time looking at some of the documents related to this, especially the document concerning formation of responsibly self-governing communities, just try to comprehend the concepts, because and to gain empowerment, you don't even have to comprehend, although it's better if you do, but start sending them out to your local public servants and ask them if they have any objection to your forming these self-governing communities. And even if you don't comprehend what they're all about, just play the game with them. Bluff like you know what you're talking about, and watch. They'll be looking at that document, and their lawyers, their county council, will review it. Call the county council. That's a big power position. The county legal council. Call them and ask them if they've got any objection to you assuming the office of a town constable or a justice of the peace for the precinct. And watch the answers. Some of them will probably say yes, depending on your current situation and who's in the position there. Some of them might say yes. Others will say no. But if you ask them, well, can you be specific about what you think is unlawful with the assertions made in the document there? That's where you've got a 99% likely checkmate. Because I do believe everything in those documents is rock solid. And see, it's the notice. Principal and agent. You're the principal. They're the agent. They're the municipal franchisee. They get their power indirectly through the municipal franchise from the people. It's a long way around the circle. The people allegedly gave the state legislative assembly authority to operate as a municipal government itself for the whole state, and then to distribute local municipal franchises to the county and to the city. The county and the city are generally functioning now, modernly, as local municipal franchises. That's the long way around the circle. It has to go up from the people in the local communities up to the state and then back down to the county and the city. That's the long way around. If we do our justices of the peace and town constables, it's right there at the grassroots level. It's more direct. It's a constituent assembly. You are the body politic. You're not a franchisee of the body politic. Am I making sense?
Sure.
Thank you. I'm glad you can comprehend these things, Dave. There's a lot of powerful undercurrents, and sometimes I get a little short and cranky, and I'm sorry about that. I'm glad you keep calling in and hanging in there. I don't mean to disrespect you, but sometimes some of the things you kind of say there seem kind of goofy to me, and I get a little bit flustered, and I'm sorry about that, but this is really important to me. I flash on the biblical verses that for lack of knowledge the people are lost, and I like to believe I'm blessed with a little bit of knowledge here that I desperately want to share with the people, and sometimes it just can't be force-fed to them, and the best I can do is kind of assemble a group of people here and kind of produce a forum and do a lot of chitter-chattering about it and compose it in documents, and hopefully some of the more intelligent and sincere and spiritually advanced of the people can kind of start putting the picture puzzle pieces together, kind of comprehend, well, it's based on Exodus 18, biblical Torah law. Biblical Torah law is important if you consider yourself a Christian at all, and start taking baby steps to put it all together to why we really, really, really do have lawful authority to establish our own responsibly self-governing communities and just pull the plug on this Roman Empire Jesuit model of municipal government that is currently oppressing us all.
Well, I absolutely believe that, or I wouldn't be on these calls. I don't think many people do, though. They think that these fools that call themselves our leaders are actually they actually have authority over them, and for whatever reason, it's kind of mind-boggling that, I actually called a radio show, and the host he seems to be a patriot, and he's a prepper, and he talks about the tyranny all the time, and I introduced. He's actually a veteran, and he's an ex-cop. He's a homicide detective, and I introduced the National Assembly to him on his call. Not so much to him, but to his listeners, and he said he would look at it, and as I hung up, he pulled up the website and he said, "You're going to be arrested." I laughed, and I didn't call him back, but he doesn't think the people have the authority to throw off a tyrannical government. And although it says that right in our Bill of Rights, and everybody calls them amendments, and that's another form of trickery, because they're not amendments, they're declarations, and those declarations are given to us by our Creator, and they can't be taken away. They shall not be infringed. They are unalienable. So, and this guy touts himself as a constitutionalist, so unfortunately he doesn't really know the Constitution, and he's been brainwashed, and I don't know what he's fighting or what he thinks he's fighting, but he's definitely not fighting tyranny if he thinks we can be arrested for fighting tyranny. So,
well, if I might, Dave, thank you. When you step back and you contemplate the massive amount of people that have knowingly and willfully consented to be Roman Catholics and to bow down to the Pope, instead of thinking for themselves and trying to do a direct contact with God themselves, they got to go through that Pope. And that entire system has blood on its hands from centuries back, murdering people that were generally Protestant, which means that they're generally common law community people that have been murdered by that municipal jurisdiction, religious jurisdiction. And on top of that, MK Ultra mind control. That is way under factored in. There's probably millions of mind control, trauma-based mind control slaves in the USA. Okay, and when you figure it, you got Catholics that are pretty much worthless. They've basically sold their soul to the devil and totally abandoned their ability to think for themselves and be reasonable about justice and peace. That's the nature of Roman Catholics. And then you got the mind control slaves. And when you start looking at it that way, okay, well, maybe a third of your population's Roman Catholic, maybe a third of your population's mind control slaves. Well, you start whittling them down like that. After what you got, your target audience for people that might actually be capable of thinking for themselves and standing up and speaking out against tyranny and despotism, it starts getting down to a real small percentage of the population, because most of the rest of them, you can't reach them. They're too far entangled in the devil's evil empire.
Well, isn't it 3% of the people think, 2% of the people think they think, and 95% of the people would rather die than think?
I hadn't heard it put that way before, but
well, I didn't come up with it, but somebody famous made that quote, and probably 100 years ago, and I think it's pretty pretty accurate.
Well,
but again, they say it was 3% of the people, actually joined in that Revolutionary War here.
Yeah, well, I'm still a bit divided. Johnny Carucci, the guy that does the research on Jesuits and Roman Catholics and stuff, and his team, they're pointing out evidence, and I've heard it and seen it before, that in a lot of ways the American Revolution was engineered by Roman Catholics and Masons, high-level Masons, and there was a lot of legitimate causes. But see, when we were under England, we were under an adulterated combination of both common law, kingdom, and Roman Empire model of government. It was basically despotic, authoritarian, top-down, with some Magna Carta rights preserved, a lot of Magna Carta rights preserved. But it could go either way, depending on who was the king and how tyrannical he wanted to be. It was nasty. There was a lot of Roman Empire elements in it that had gotten really far away from our original common law. And so, at the time of 1775, 1776, there were a lot of people upset looking for a better way of governing and options to the tyranny that was coming to them through England. But they hadn't decided what would be a better way of governing. The people that pulled the trigger, that started the American Revolution, I dare suggest high-level Masons, they were involved in the Boston Tea Party, they didn't have agreement about how government should be run. All they were doing was they were destroying the authority of the de facto Roman Empire King of England to continue to govern us in a despotic manner. Basically, like the quotes I read earlier about how common law was adopted into the constitutions of the states of Oregon and California, so far as it is applicable in our institutions. See, that when we comprehend the principles articulated in the Declaration of Independence and the other founding documents that we've got, these documents articulate very high, grandiose principles that are praiseworthy in no uncertain terms. And so all of that Roman Empire slave trade gobbledygook should have evaporated. But it didn't. It didn't. Because...
Hey, Charles, I hate to cut you off. I got to take a call here.
All right. Thank you, Dave. We'll talk later.
See you next week. Thanks.
Bye now.
Bye.
All right. Well, Nikki, looks like it's just you and me on. Are you there, Nikki?
I'm here talking into a muted microphone. Okay, yeah, it's time to go to bed.
I think so, especially you on the East Coast there. Anything you want to close with?
Yeah, just kind of keep in mind that, like sounded like Michael was saying, that the people need something to focus on, something to get them upset enough to join. You know what I'm saying? So consider what I put together regarding the pica that is used, and to, pretty much make, give ambiguity to that Constitution for the United Nobility back then. Because nobility was the only definition for the word states in 1785 dictionary. And still in Webster's 1828, it was still only one definition for states, and that is nobility. We, the people of the united nobility, in order to make a more perfect union for ourselves and our posterity. And if you look at the definition of Esquire, They're the younger sons of noblemen forever. Okay? That, to me, you know, when I show people my handout for that, it arouses their attention right away.
All right, well, I'm not too sure about that. I can't help but think that focusing on our judicial empowerment is more important than trying to re-engineer those documents, but I could be wrong.
Well, what it does is gives the people an option to look for something different rather than fixing what they have. And under the constitutions of the states, everything is just as you say. The people have the power to alter, reform, or abolish their government as they see fit. They have to have a reason to do it, Charles. And what I'm doing is just pointing out there's a reason and nullifying Amendments 11 through 27. Let's start all over again. Based on the fraud from the get-go, which is the United Nobility. That's why I think
you're translating the word state as nobility. Is that correct?
Yeah. Look at. Do you have access to Webster's Dictionary, 1828? Or
no,
Johnson?
But I'm willing to trust that you do and that you know what you're talking about. So why don't you just go ahead and make your point there?
Yeah, what I can do is actually I have it all on a web page. Okay, I can give you the web.
I'm not good. If you want to send me a web link, I'll look at that. But I'm not going to go chasing here.
No, I know you're not. I'm just looking at the chat area here, and I will just go ahead and put it in the chat area. How about that? I dislike that. Can you send it to me in an email? I hate that little chat window. I can't decipher what's going on in it. Okay.
Can you send it to me in an email?
Yeah, it's maybe about 10-20 minutes, though, before I do that. Because I'm not on my emails right now. Okay?
All right. But just briefly, to summarize, you're defining state as nobility, right?
I'm not defining it. That's the way it was defined in 1785 dictionary, Johnson's dictionary, and it was nobility was the only definition for states up until the 1830 dictionary, Johnson's dictionary of the English language, and Webster's 1828 has states as nobility as well. I'll send you all the links. Okay?
I don't doubt it, but I don't think that proves your case, even if what you're saying is true.
Well, the preamble is what they put at the beginning of a contract to show what that contract is all about. And we, the people, being the pica, that is consistent with, the claim of cognizance, that if it holds pica, it's their court, and that's it. So the pica in we, the people, without the comma after we, it's not the people of the commonwealths and the states that had their constitution already in place. So you see where I'm going with this, that when they put that in there with the play on words, so we, the people of the United Nobility, in order to form a more perfect union for ourselves and our posterity, and of course I'm not saying the whole thing.
You're arguing that a deception was engineered into the text, correct?
Yes, it was from the get-go, and they established right there in that preamble the Constitution for the United States of America, and the United States of America is the style that is right there in the Articles of Confederation. So they did everything according to how it was being, structured at the time, but they didn't tell the people that states, not you, but us, the nobility, and our esquires forever, according to the language.
How's that harmonized with the Declaration of Independence and all the grand words about all powers inherent in the people, and the states are supposed to be free and independent states?
Okay, it does same way, by play on words, Charles, because in the first paragraph of the Declaration of Independence, they assume amongst the powers of the earth. There were people there who assumed amongst the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which they, were entitled, and that's the laws of nature and nature's God, their creator. However, there is no transition word between the first and the second paragraph. It just starts out, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal and they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights. Well, there were people there, Whigs and Tories, who were again, they were chartered. There was the creator of the colonies was by charter. So the charter is not the God of nature. It is the corporations, the sole corporations, the City of London, the Crown, and so on and so forth.
But the Declaration doesn't reference any charters. The Declaration references the free and independent states, and all rights are inherent in the people, all power.
No, it doesn't. No, it says that governments are instituted, the creator, and for governments are instituted. And because there's no transition word, there were some in that assembly, in my opinion, that were thinking, because we hold these truths, the truths of what? The first paragraph. There were some that saying, although we hold these truths to be self-evident. And they were thinking, by political, we build up the politics, politics as usual in the parliamentary procedure, we're going to be able to take over everything all over again.
Well, I don't doubt that it's real possible that they were scheming in the precise manner that you so suggest. Mm-hmm. But I dare suggest also that type of logic is twisted and convoluted and bad faith, and thereunder it's null and void.
Correct. So let the people know that it's null and void, and anything that's been taken away from them because...
We don't need to entangle the people's simple minds in that complicated discussion.
I think it simplifies it for a lot of people, I think
Pardon me?
From the people I talk to here in the area, I think it simplifies it for them. They see that it was brought from the get-go, and, that's why this happened, that happened, the other happened to them or their families or so on and so forth. Because the people here, a lot of them have been in the area since the 1800s and, just grew up seeing the changes in this area. This was the anthracite region. This, actually, the next town from me was kind of like, it was actually the first area pretty much in the Industrial Revolution because of the coal and the trains. In Lackawanna County, Pennsylvania. You see, there's a lot of history here. So, and the families, a lot of the families stayed. But then, a lot of them that were thinking, they left the area and they said, oh, wow. They came back with a whole different view. I know I did too. So, and this is going on. We're here since 1899, and my great-grandparents in this area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my grandparents were in Oregon since the late 1800s.
Yeah, so they saw a lot of changes too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to have those deep roots, and I do enjoy these discussions. You're a sharp mind, Nikki. I appreciate your counsel here in these conferences.
The other people on the call are too, so I appreciate them too, Charles.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll go to sleep.
I guess we'll call it evening here.
Say again?
I guess we'll call it an evening here.
Yes. Good night. Sleep well.
You too. Good night, Nikki.
Good night.